Cascade, and suddenly they're going to be the best team. But they do have Jenter, right? And this is his favorite hero, so they do have some experience on their side.
Well, we are not going to be getting ourselves into that draft. VP Prodigy playing on Dire side with the first pick, Pipsqueak +4, Radiant second pick. They banned. Oh, now listen, when you're playing against QT, right? Let me just give you all a download. You have to ban Shadow Fiend, you have to ban Razor, and for the love of God, you must ban Clinks. Do not let QT play Clinks on VP Prodigy. So Pipsqueak have done their homework, of course. Largo taken out as well, thank God. Then VP Prodigy,
you
no
don't
Tusk,
like
no Shadow
Largo?
Demon, no Underlord.
Like,
it's too good, man. Like, I think it's really good. That's the problem. That's why it should be banned every game.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I just think playing it on support is no longer the deal, and people are underestimating the power of an AA. Like every high MMR pub that you see, where there's a core Largo especially, an AA comes out, and to me, it just completely shuts down the hero. So I think there are ways to play around it, and in competitive Dota, I'll almost never see people going for an AA, which I think is definitely a hero that, yes, can be punished, but also can be utilized in a better way as well. So we'll see. Either way, we get to see a Batrider. Man, I am so surprised by how much damage this hero can do that it is insane. I'm looking forward to teams playing a carry Batrider. I know that it's usually in the off lane, but man, a carry Batrider would be so cool to see.
Harry, bro, it's my job to make the out there carry picks, bro. You need to be rational. Relax. Batrider carry. If it works, I'm not gonna lie. If I see it and it works, I'm gonna get some free MMR. I'm gonna try playing that. Looks like fun.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. I saw it in a couple of pubs, and it can actually work. In a competitive game, you just get the same thing probably from the offlane with a little bit of a fail safe on your safe lane as well. But I would say if there must be a team out there that might, like Pure could be one of the players that might play it in the tier 1 scene. But we'll see.
See now, we did have a Weaver and the Brewmaster bans for VP Prodigy here in phase 2. Sand King gets taken out by Pipsqueak +4. I'm still very on the fence about the Sand King hero. There's some games it looks incredibly broken. Other games doesn't feel like he does anything. However, a hero who doesn't have that problem, who usually is on the up and up. This mid Beastmaster right now, Harry, is crazy. It's obscene. Copy won a game with us just the day before yesterday. He looked super solid on the hero. But overall, I can't remember the last time I saw a Beastmaster lose in the mid lane.
Yeah, he does really, really well in the mid lane. Are you sure that they don't want to put it in the carry role? I know mid lane is kind of where we see it the most, but I feel like it's also an option that we should look at as a possibility. I know Dark Lord is more of a hard carry guy, but Beastmaster can definitely work.
That was gonna be my main concern, right? Is that I haven't, like, when I think of Dark Lord, I don't think of like these tempo setters like the Beastmaster. But I'm gonna go check to see if he's played any Beastmaster. He has played it before. No, he hasn't. This would be his first Beastmaster game professionally if he does end up deploying it here today.
Won't. So he probably won't, I guess. There are heroes that do well versus the Beastmaster in lane, especially. Like something like a sniper could be good. The VP Prodigy are definitely not going to be picking it now. Right now, they're probably going to pick like a something that's either flexible or a standard offlaner, right? That's usually how it's gonna go. So I guess something like a MOUZ comes to mind. Bristleback, that is a flex. That's actually quite nice versus the Beastmaster as well.
I actually have seen in a couple of my pubs people putting the Bristleback mid into the Beastmaster when that does come out. I don't think it's going to be what happens here, but it's also, like you said, it's a flex, right? They can flex it technically across all 3 roles. And if they deem it that, putting it on 102, there's too many counters by Pipsqueak, and just, okay, can demote it to position 3. But I like that it's a very open hero. He goes, whenever I see a Ringmaster, I want somebody who's going to go in front and be willing to actually draw enough attention before the escape back comes out and not get bursted in the process. And I think Bristleback is perfect for that kind of job.
Now you need somebody on Pipsqueak that's going to be canceling the shackles. So from afar, Jakiro, Disruptor, something along those lines. This can help, right? If a hero is running in, and it actually makes this Beastmaster like unkillable, even the Batrider at some points in the game. I've mostly seen a position 5 Omni Knight, but definitely can't be put to other roles. I mean, an Omni Knight in the bat lane is not half bad.
We saw carry Omni the other day. TA2000 of all players was playing carry Omni Knight. I couldn't believe my eyes. And it didn't go so well in the end. And I didn't blame TA2000 because what is TA2000 doing playing Omni? But But already I'm just looking at this draft now that the MOUZ has come out, and I see a lot of beef right now. These heroes are very hard to kill, and I'm looking at the damage spread from VP Prodigy. This is all, you know, throughout the course of the fight, we do damage. They don't have any burst at the moment, so how do you kill these heroes on the side of Pipsqueak?
You could go Timber, right? These heroes actually wouldn't do too well versus him. I mean, you can only repel one hero. The other ones are going to be in a lot of trouble. But they go Invoker, so that's not necessarily super high damage. Nowadays, yeah, you do go for the Aghanim Scepter with your Cataclysm. But in this game, you don't really have good lockdown to make that happen anyways. But one thing that I definitely do like about the Invoker is the Meteor Hammer, man. That build and farming with it, so cool. And generally, this is a good hero versus the Beast in the lane, if it's a mid lane Beast, because you have a lot of range. And Beastmaster doesn't necessarily do too well versus high range heroes.
One cool thing about the Invoker as well, actually, we saw, who was it? Somebody played a Wex Invoker the other day with the Aghanim Scepter, so that you got the upgrade on the Tornado. They were playing it into Largo, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it was a Largo. And in that game, it didn't necessarily work out for them. You know, they try to play around the Dispel. In this game, though, I see an Omni Knight, right? And I'm thinking to myself, if I can get that Aghanim Dispel onto all of these heroes, you know, just take away everything that the Omni Knight does. If he's playing support, which I presume he is, and it completely just nullifies the hero. He does nothing. And like you said, can you really play with Exalt without having that much lockdown to actually bring these heroes for the Cataclysm? I don't think so. So he might actually be going for that Wex build now.
He could. The thing is, though, Repel is purgeable, but only by purges that go through BKB, which the Invoker is not. So it's only like Shadow Demon plus Doom. I think there isn't another one in the game. So still, if you repel somebody and then ulti him, or he has a BKB and you ulti him, you're still not going to be able to purge that off. So, but of course, it does help overall for sure to have an AoE purge on the Invoker.
Let's see. We need some carry right now for VP Prodigy. Presumably, I don't think Bristleback is the best carry in the world right now. And then for Pipsqueak, I mean, they could play Omni carry, but it would feel weird to commit a 24 pick to a support in this kind of game.
Yeah, but it could be a carry bat with the 5 Omni Knights, you know. one can dream. Probably not going to be the case. They could be going for something like, okay, Weaver is banned out, Murta is banned out, T is banned out. Man, there really isn't that many heroes that they can go for on Pipsqueak at all. Wait, I need to check if there's anything left.
Yeah. Oh man, I was thinking VP Prodigy could have really done with an Ursa. I think they definitely need like some big melee hero that can go up in front. Not necessarily a melee hero, but a hero that can be up in front a little bit. Some Sven, you know, that profile of hero comes to mind. I just don't want to see them go like Drow or something and then end up just getting overrun.
Nah, they're gonna get something that gets online in like 20 minutes in. You know, if you're gonna go for a range hero, it's probably gonna be like a Medusa or a Luna. You know, something that stands its ground. Though Medusa her damage is going to be mitigated way too much, so I'd go for something higher damage on VP Prodigy.
How about DK? How do you feel about that?
I'm fine with the DK. I think that makes a lot of sense. A little bit of extra minus armor goes well with the Bristleback. Gets buffed by the Invoker. Probably the best one if I look at it.
Well, VP Prodigy the other day, Katsura played one game Invoker mid, and then next game he played Rubik mid. So this team has shown that they can pick some really weird and wacky stuff. So now I'm trying to think of like, what's the most out there carry that I can imagine right now?
You could go PA. Right? That's not super popular, but it works. Like anything that has a lot of damage that jumps in. DK is just when you said DK, I'm like, it's a perfect pick. We might just be talking about heroes here, but nothing is going to be trumping that one.
When in doubt, pick up the dragon and don't worry about it. So now they're actually going to be a little bit regretting having banned out the Ursa, because it's like, man, would have been kind of cool to play it here, but if not for that, you still need some damage yourself on the side of Pipsqueak. I mean, Beastmaster does do a lot of it, but most of that's going to be magical damage. I would like some physical damage to at least round out the draft a bit.
Morphling or Luna, I think, are the best ones. Medusa would be amazing if there was no Invoker, but Morphling or Luna look pretty good from where I'm standing.
Like Luna a lot.
Okay, they go Gyro. That's kind of the same idea,
same
right?
Profile. Yeah. Yep. Same hero. I do like Gyrocopter a lot more in the lane. It's a pretty miserable matchup for the Bristleback. not very fun to play into this gyrocopter. And he's going to be having the backup of the Omni Knight as well. Good God. You know, he might not be playing super aggressively as if it was a Jakiro, but yeah, you know, you normally win these lanes as Bristol by being able to pressure the carry. Well, good luck. That's not happening this game.
Yeah, it's a rough one versus a gyro plus Omni, right? Both of these heroes are very hard to deal with. The Omni starts with the Hammer of Purity, and he just smacks you, or he smacks your support. Either way, the gyro is going to be having a pretty decent time. Bad thing though for the gyro Omni lane is possible rotations from Janter. The Omni Knight, when he casts the repel, sure, it gives you debuff immunity, but it doesn't purge, right? So if you're hexed, you're still going to remain hexed, right? So it's not going to remove it instantly. If you are shackled, you're going to remain shackled. So those things can be problematic, and I feel like Janter's rotations towards that lane, when you add up the armor as well, are going to be huge. And you definitely, when you stack them up a little bit, Janter goes in, bam, bam, in 3 seconds they're gonna be dead, and Neki won't be able to respond too fast. So I think that's possibly the strength and the opportunity to punish this gyro.
Well, now that we have our drafts on hand and we have game 1 of this elimination series going down, I want your prediction, fam. Game 1, which way does it go?
I think I'm gonna be leaning towards Pipsqueak. In my mind, they're definitely the better team, and I feel like their draft right now is not particularly hard to execute. I think they are, you could say, on Comfort Heroes, Dark Lord on a pretty strong farmer. He's buffed up by his team, having the Omni Knight and the Mars to help him do the damage. You have countered the Bristleback with the Mars. Gyro versus the DK can sometimes be a scary matchup for the Gyro later on in the game, but I feel like that 25-30 minute timing that they're gunning for is when the DK will suffer. So in my mind, this is gonna be Pipsqueak taking him one, and I've never been wrong in my life. Like never have I ever been wrong about this.
I'm inclined to agree, primarily because for different reasons though, right? For me, it's not necessarily a belief in the draft of Pipsqueak, but it's a little bit of disbelief or, you know, negative belief in some of these heroes on the side of VPP. I just don't believe in Bristleback, and I don't believe in Ringmaster anymore. Like, I think the conditions to have these heroes succeed right now is not the same as it used to be even a few months ago, where, you know, you can come out of a lane in relatively okay stead and just roll over the game. You know, now Bristol doesn't feel that tanky. You know, Ringmaster spells, they don't do as much damage as they used to. Escape Act doesn't seem like the pure get out jail free card that it once used to be. So I'm just not so, and I'm also not very sure about this Quas Invoker. It's playing the Quas build right now, so I'm going to be having the Ags into Ice Wall. I don't think I've actually properly seen this one, so I'm not sure what to expect. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Like you mentioned ease of execution, right? This feels like a hard draft to play on the side of VPP.
Yeah, it's not an easy draft to play at all, and now I don't know if this Invoker will be going for the Meteor Hammer build, which definitely gives you the farm that you need. The Aghanims with the Ice Wall is cool, but I can't say that I've seen it in like action in like high competitive Dota. So I'm curious about it. But yeah, I can see your problems. One thing though that I disagree with is that Ringmaster for me in this game is actually quite good because you have a role. If you have Ringmaster, for me is still good if you have a clear reason to pick him, that his box is going to be doing well, right? And in this game in particular, I think saving some people for a couple of seconds can actually change the outcome of a fight. Your Bristleback gets speared. He's turned towards the enemies. You box him for that 1-2 seconds. When he's stunned, he comes out, pops the BKB or whatnot, turns his back, and then it's a completely different story. So because of that, I feel like this Ringmaster can have a lot of impact. But yeah, I agree. He's definitely not as strong as he used to be, which, to be fair, is how it should be, Snare, because he was a little bit strong for my taste.
It was a bit much. To your point, actually, about the Ringmaster, right, is now that all of these monsters are going for Victory Feast instead of Bloodsport, it does make it a lot easier for Ringmaster to actually be reliable in those instances. I think one of the reasons he started to fall off was everyone was playing Mars with Bloodsport, and then there's nothing you can do, right, in that instance. But now you actually have tools, regardless of where the Mars is in the fight, as long as you can get there.
Well, let's see how it's going to pan out, right? These early rotations, I think, are going to be very important for VP Prodigy, for their supports to be able to get kills, because Pipsqueak +4, it's about timing, right? 25 minutes into the game, you're gonna have the BKB Ags on the Beastmaster. You're gonna have your items on the gyro. You're just gonna take Roshan. There isn't gonna be much that the enemies can do in a team fight versus you, right? But if you win the laning stage, you can delay those item timings, and then the DK can get to a point he's so freakishly strong, don't really care about the gyro. So you're just gonna be able to stand your ground and win the fight versus him.
Unless the gyro builds that rapier, baby. The game's not over until I see a rapier on gyro.
That's true.
Most exciting item.
Is it though? I like a Dagon more. Dagon plus like Pagana, Coddle, and Skywrath Mage. That is the most exciting to me. Like a 2000 damage Dagon. That's the most fun, my friend.
I'm just saying, it's moments like this where you realize that we play different roles, right? And people appreciate different things in Dota. It's the beauty of the game.
Yeah, but my appreciation is right and yours is wrong. Yours is wrong.
You're
is that how it goes?
the game wrong, bro.
Exactly. Some people do view it that way, I think, which is pretty funny. So Invoker, anyways, he does start with the Exort. I feel like you're still gonna be maxing the Exort, even though you went for the Quas facet. I think you still need to be giving those stun strikes, especially when you get the stuns with the DK and the Shadow Shaman. It just makes a lot of sense.
For now, it's just all normal and regular. Which of these lanes are we expecting the major action to break out in? I mean, we do have some Tame the Beast action bottom, but unlikely that you kill anybody on the Radiant side here with this complement. Mid, unlikely to have kills, so do we have to look at the top lane and wonder about when is Jonta gonna die to the Spear Batrider combo?
I don't know whether Janter is gonna kill the Spear and the Batrider combo. No, top lane is the one that's most likely gonna be a kill, but bristleback lanes are always dangerous, right? You can just be careless for a second and suddenly you can die to the Quill Spray stacks. So that is the one that can surprise us. But in terms of potential for aggression and kills, top lane is just undoubtedly the one.
Yanta is gonna get the shackles out right now, but no damage coming in from QD just yet, as he is concerning himself with some lane creeps.
Not doing too well though. Every single core on the side of VP Prodigy is kind of struggling, and this Invoker, we talked about it, that it's gonna be safe versus the Beastmaster, but until you start getting more levels into these Force Spirits, in terms of CS, you're never going to be able to match him. It's a melee hero with amazing animation and very low cooldown on his last hitting spell, which is the Wild Axis. So there's no way that the Invoker is going to be doing anything good CS wise in that mid lane.
He's going to try his best, see what he can accomplish. Bottom. This is very important because Darkhold, as we were speaking about in the draft, he's the only one on his team that's going to provide that physical damage, and he's the only one that needs to be fully scaling against the DK to be able to kill him later. Of course, Copy will emerge with the refresher at some point for the mass lockdown. Dark Lord needs to bring the damage, and so far in the lane, going quite well. About as expected, you know, they can't really stop him. But Takizawa's been making sure to pick up his own CS in the meantime too.
Yeah, not bad for the Bristleback. He's kind of the only one in terms of cores on the side of VP Prodigy who's having a good time at the moment. I do like the VP Prodigy on the top lane. They're respecting the Batrider because you can sometimes really mess up and this hero can kill you. People tend to underestimate still just how much damage this hero does.
Neki's one of the better Batrider players as well, so he's very scary to play into. Keeping his distance away from Yonta, so that even when he does endure some of these spells, QE doesn't really have an easy option to catch up to him. All in all, this is working out magnificently for the side of Pipsqueak. Yayo's getting a lot more farm than Cutie is in this situation.
Oh man, Copy's so disrespectful right now. Yeah, help is gonna have to come to the mid lane. Ike is dropping low too.
Ike, he's gonna be fine for now, but the first blood does get drawn eventually as he eventually ticks out. Last little pop of damage from that blood grenade. Rare Gods, for me, my favorite player on this VPP lineup. Able to get that kill. Sunstrike onto Copy. He was disrespectful. He got punched in the face. Boy, stay humble, says Katsura with the Sunstrike kill.
Yeah, this is the thing though. We talked about Janter rotations, and he's the one that is going to be the X factor in this laning stage. Takizawa will be taking a decent amount of damage, but he won't die.
Great set of events here for the side of VPP. The best part about it is that Katsura was indeed losing his lane quite hard. Got a lot of gold back in that moment, but bottom, finally they catch up to and kill Rare Gods. Honestly, it's been a long time coming. I can't believe it only died now. But as he goes down in the mid lane, Eki has made a rotation towards Katsura, trying to bring the Invoker down, but the Invoker sends a Sunstrike towards him, and Yanta, with his rotation, will be able to secure the Eki kill, but Katsura dies regardless, and now there's nobody left to protect Yanta. He dies to the copy Beastmaster. They're not going to take the disrespect in this mid lane lightly. They're going to come back swinging once they respawn.
I have to say, though, one thing that I definitely didn't like in the bottom lane is that the Omni started off with the Purification. I feel like Hammer of Purity is just so damn strong, even though it's a 20-second cooldown, that he could have applied more pressure in the bottom lane. Yeah, they still are doing quite well in that lane on the gyro, but it could have been better. Copy has a roar.
Might decide to deploy it, but there's nobody on the other side of Katsura except for, to help him out, so he's all alone here. There's going to be the roar. Eki to make the pincer maneuver. Katsura will die. That's one of the most heartbreaking moments here, really, when you're moving in a direction, hoping to see a support, and you do see support, but it's from the enemy.
This is so smart, right, from Pipsqueak. We talked about Janter and his rotations on the bottom lane, that they could make a difference, but now you bring all of the supports to the mid lane, and you're forcing VP Prodigy supports to come there. And because your Beastmaster is that much stronger than the Invoker, sure, when he was alone, they managed to kill him. But when his supports are in the vicinity, you stand no chance. So this is actually very smart. And I have to say, VP Prodigy, smart move to try to help him, because they couldn't have changed anything. But what are they going to do now when Eki is on the bottom lane?
Eki looking towards Rare Gods. They might actually turn their attention towards Takizawa instead. Beautiful Tame the Beast from Rare Gods. Well, might actually bail Takizawa out of this. Dark Lord does not want to chase that far forward. He's an experienced gyro player. He knows what it's like to chase these bristles and waste your time.
Ike is cutting them off.
Yes, indeed. Will he be able to find them on the other side? He'll take the Watcher. It's still a long time before getting the Shrine of Wisdom, but he does provide the vision, and that vision will be utilized by Eki and Copy, who've made a rotation from mid. Man, they really want to shut this lane down. Fortunately for VPP, they had them maneuvering to not lose their lives, but might still end up losing this tower and the Shrine.
VP Prodigy have to either bring in billion heroes. Okay.
No way,
Takizawa got him.
He actually just ran down Dark Lord by himself. He knew that the rest of the team was to the north side, taking advantage of the aggression of Pipsqueak. That is a very heads-up play by the enemy Bristleback.
Both of the Wisdom Shrines are going to be contested.
Rare Gods, Tame the Beast is out onto Eki. Eki's going to die. Ek will come in, muscles away Rare Gods, so he will steal the Shrine of Wisdom. And in the meantime, on the other side of the map, that contest looks like it will be won by Copy as well. So Pipsqueak find 2 Shrines of Wisdom and 2 kills to their name in the meantime.
Copy's such a good player, right? Usually, people would say, oh, with the Beastmaster, I have to farm, man. This hero needs the Aghanim Scepter. Nope. He's in the mid lane, taking a tower. He's in the bottom lane, securing the Wisdom Shrine for his team. He's in the top lane, securing the Wisdom Shrine for his team. So he's literally just on his own, winning the early game for his team. Just beautiful performance coming out from the Beastmaster.
Net worth leader for a reason. Top lane, Sunstrike will land to Eki with the Tame the Beast and the Dragon Tail from Cutie. So that'll be a nice kill onto the Bat Rider there.
Okay, so he is going Meteor Hammer on the Invoker, but he is maxing out the Quas more so than the Exort. I really want to see how well this works, right? It's gonna be some time before he gets an Aghanim Scepter, but it is definitely something different from Katsura.
Bottom. So back, Sunstrike, Tame the Beast, damages out, and they bring him down, not just yet. He will unfortunately have to deal with
BK's
Cutie,
here,
who came through the Twin Gate, making sure that Dark Lord will die, and they end up losing the Gyrocopter. Nobody else will die, but nobody else needs to. VP Prodigy have gotten what they came for, and maybe they can still apply pressure onto the tower. Cutie still has the Dragonite form for about another 7 seconds.
VP Prodigy are much better at pickoffs in this lineup, especially early on before the Blink Daggers start coming out from Pipsqueak. So I'm kind of surprised that Pipsqueak aren't trying to apply more pressure to the tier 1s, or maybe even just play super aggressively on the mid lane around the Beastmaster with their supports, and with that pull enemies to that side. Eki is trying to get a solo kill. It's not going to be easy.
I don't know about this, Eki. Gonna get shackled, Sunstruck. That's gonna be another kill for Rare Gods. I mean, that was... I can respect the attempt, but you just saw all 4 heroes were down bottom. You had to know that this was not going to be a 1v1 fight.
Pipsqueak are getting ahead of themselves. Plus, I don't know if they're even counting in that the Invoker Sunstrike that is over and over and over again, just giving enough damage for VP Prodigy to go for those kills. So very good sequence of events for VP Prodigy, but consequently Pipsqueak are definitely not going to be happy with how it went. So all of this advantage that Copy has given his team early on, it's kind of gone.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah. I mean, he's the only one that's still at the top of the net worth, but all the other cores have now officially dropped behind VPP cores themselves. They're trailing the game. Gyro's gonna try catch up, but the fact that Takizawa's lane was going as badly as it was on the Bristle, and now he's just behind the Gyro in net worth, like what the hell, man?
Well, that's how it goes sometimes, right? You lose a tower, you lose a couple of heroes, and suddenly the game completely changes. This Invoker will have a Meteor Hammer pretty much in no time, 150 gold away, and then the real farm will begin.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're sieging the top tower here. Yanta is in the vicinity, thinking about moving in, but his team is like, bro, we're farming, bruv. You're not even level 6, don't worry about it. Just don't die, please, just don't die. You can't afford to feed them more right now.
Dire structures are fortified.
This is smart. Come together with Pipsqueak, you go for a tower.
Dire's top tower.
Make sure that you are getting
Dire's top tower.
the advantage in this game, right? We talked about their timings. Timing-based lineup, yes, it can move into the late game, but it's much better for this lineup to do well early on. Copy's threatening with a roar, though.
Not gonna be able to catch up to anybody just yet. He still doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter. Would love to be able to finish it off ASAP. But now, he's just maintaining his position at the top of the net worth, trying to make space for Dark Lord to catch up. At the same time, though, this period of null action, they'll also happily take advantage of this on the side of VPP. QD wants to farm right now, but especially this Invoker. He does now have the Meteor Hammer, though, so he could decide to make a quick move on the map.
No. He's just gonna farm. This is the new Invokers. They don't... You know, you see the Meteor Hammer like, oh, Tornado into Meteor Hammer. No. They go, they pull the two camps, they use the Ice Wall, and then they're dropping the Meteor Hammer to farm. And, you know, it's kind of cool, but they're actually gonna smoke. So scratch that, baby. He actually does go for a Tornado into a Meteor Hammer, because that's what he's queuing up with his spells.
Let's see what he's got here. Tornado, Cold Snap already. I don't have any positive vision, though. Ake seems to have an idea of where they're at. He's going to get caught in. Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beast, Meteor Hammer. Katsura says, thank you very much for the gold, my friend. First kill granted by the new item.
I don't like it, though. This move of theirs doesn't actually give them anything. They killed the position 5, they revealed their positioning, and they didn't get anything out of it. Most of the lanes are shoving in towards them as well. So, not ideal. I would have preferred if they just went towards the bottom lane for a Gyro. Even if you don't get a kill, you force out some rotations, would have made it easier. Meanwhile, Yayo's on QD.
Yes, the first arena of the game going to be coming in onto this DK. Gets dragged onto the wall. Eki is here as well, but there's the escape back. Rare Guards able to bail him out of trouble, and they just don't have the follow-up damage. QD's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Eki doesn't have a lasso. I think that's a mistake. To be honest, it's level 7. I understand that in this game, Firefly is just amazing. But it would have been much better if you had a lasso there. I'm pretty sure they could have been able to take him down.
I mean, if he has a... Copy was on the way as well, right? So if he has a lasso, they at least hold on until the roar gets there. Then he definitely dies. Because Copy does have the Aghanim.
Rotation. This is a good rotation towards the Gyro. He's baiting, but Dark Lord has to be careful not to die instantly.
He's alone, Dark Lord. Nobody's around him. The team is coming towards him, but they're going to be too late. Katsura did his best, but he's trying to retreat right now. His allies not going to be alive in time themselves. So Dark Lord, Copy and Eki got there just in time to keep him alive. Eki, though, might die for this one. Tame the Beast underneath the tier 2 tower, but no. Copy turns around onto the Shadow Shaman. Try to kill him with the roar. Escape back, bought some time, but eventually the drums will activate and kill him. That's one kill. Will they get a second? Rare Guards running away. He's ticking lower. Does eventually burn out to Eki. That's 2 kills right now. VP Prodigy. They thought they had a free kill on the gyrocopter. They thought it was free lunch, but it turns out that his homies were on the way to make the turnaround.
That was really good, especially because the Wisdom Shrine is coming. If they take it away again, these supports on VP Prodigy, they're gonna be so inexperienced, but luckily, they're gonna be able to defend this now.
Right on time. They might actually... Ooh, that was so close.
Still, you had to TP a lot of your heroes to the bottom lane where you don't have a tower to take. So VP Prodigy, again, put on the side of the map that they don't want to be playing on. Now, whilst you are moving towards the mid lane to potentially threaten the mid lane tower, the Batrider will be up. You don't have your mid lane tower. They can come over. The top lane is getting shoved in. It's a disaster, right? So VP Prodigy now, they have only one play, which can be easy to read. Go and force rotations on the gyro.
Try to do that right now. Dark Lord inside the wall trap, but the repel is going to help him out to escape right now. Eki will be there as well with the lasso to try and stop them from chasing, but they still find him in the end. Katsura probably pays for this with his life, however, as he gets burned away by Eki. So they trade Gyro for Invoker. Yanta barely able to escape. Do you think that's worth it in the end?
It's okay. I think it's actually a mistake from Pipsqueak for giving them that fight, but now I get more.
That was funny.
Yeah, because we talked about it. They TP to the bottom lane. There's nothing to do, right? VP Prodigy, they can either run around the map headlessly or just go straight up for a kill. And they go straight up for a kill, and Pipsqueak gives you that fight and allows their carry to die. So on paper, Pipsqueak definitely could have played that a little bit safer, and it would have worked out really well for them. This way, a little bit more greedy. I'd say still somewhat okay, but of course not ideal for your gyro to keep dying.
Also, there is an elephant, or rather a dragon in the room. And each time this gyro keeps dying, it's more time for the Dragon Knight to actually catch up in his own form. And we've seen what a mid-game monster this DK is. It's actually obscene. Like, once he has like that BKB, a crit stick, and then he just jumps into the fight, two-shotting your supports. Kind of unfair, honestly.
I mean, that time is coming. Plus, you have a bristle back for the added minus armor, so... Not gonna lie, solid for VP Prodigy at the moment.
Eki doesn't have reveal. Didn't drop his sentry until it was too late. By the time the sentry came out, the Invoker had already set up with the cold snap. He's dead on the Batrider. Now potentially they're chasing onto the Gyrocopter. Gyro trying to stand his ground, throw in these flat cannons. Escape back will buy Janta a little bit more time. Tornado onto the Smars. They're holding the Smars in position. He cannot drop any spells here. All he can do is watch Ake die. Ake at least gave him a repel on the way out, but I'm not sure that's going to actually save him. Yayo's in trouble. Yayo, not just a Sunstrike, but can do nothing about the Tame the Beast. 3 heroes have fallen. Wards dropped inside the Roshan pit. We're getting the first Aegis 17 minutes into this game.
Pipsqueak are in trouble. This is also going to be opening up the Tormentor fight more for VP Prodigy, right? How you get this Aegis with the next Dragon form, you try to take the top tier 1, and then you set up for the Tormentor. That's huge. Meanwhile, on the outpost,
Oh, Copy.
Poppy's alone.
Gets himself caught in the shackles, gets Meteor hammered, Sunstrike will be there, he gets hexed up right now. He's just gonna die. They're gonna try give the kill to Cutie, who shows up to secure it. You know what? The worst part about that kill is killing Yanta actually backfired. That gave him a larger streak to be taken away by the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, get the pig fat for Christmas. That's what we call it, right? So you go feed him so I get all of your gold, right? Literally like pulling somebody gold in Warcraft 3 Dota. Remember when you could do that? That was a very long time ago.
Okay, this is a problem. You just lost another fight. Usually another problem as well is that, you know, Beastmaster, Ursas, these kind of lineups rely around being able to play with this early Aegis. Beastmaster now especially, you have Blink Eggs, usually you want to get the Aegis, farm your BKB, win the next fight, then you start winning the game. But now all of that's being delayed. You might even give more gold to the Invoker. Rare Gods, beautiful setup with the Tame the Beast, sets up Katsura, Sunstrike. They find yet another kill on the side of VPP.
Cutie's just jumping in like a madman. That Omni Knight is lucky to be alive. But still, you are losing control of this area. In a minute and a half, there's going to be a Tormentor, and kind of like what we expected. Use this Aegis to take the top tier 1. There isn't really much that Pipsqueak can do about it. If they go for a fight, it's most likely not going to go well for them.
They did catch Ake, but Yanta wasn't there in time to find the hexes. But they dropped the wards, it's fine. They just want the tier 1 tower.
Good Sunstrike attempt. Wasn't enough for a kill, but at least now they know that Ike is completely incapable of fighting.
And look at this, it's 1 minute before the Tormi. And you're in a very nice position to try and claim it. You will have some of your spells being down if they want to fight right now on the side of Radiant, but I think Copy just wants his BKB, does not want any of the smoke until then.
There is a good ward in the top lane for Pipsqueak +4. One that was right on the Tormentor did expire, but one to claim the area around where their tower used to be is still there. However, without the BKB on the Beastmaster, I would say it's probably a bad move to fight it. But on the other hand, you do have all of your spells, so you can outplay your opponents.
By the way, what do you think of this gyro build?
It's getting more and more standard nowadays to go for the Manta. It's actually not half bad, right? There's definitely things to remove in this game, things to dodge, like the DK stun as well. So I'm fine with it. It's definitely more of a standard right now than just the crit tags.
Smoke up, jump middle. Cutie is able to get the connection onto Ike. Katsura finishes him off with the Sunstrike. And that is going to be them still in the DK form. So they want to try and force the CO1 tower, but Yayo's brought it over as well.
Radiant's middle tower
Will they try to fight this? Katsura has that AD rune you just mentioned. 4 versus 5. I don't know about this, guys. I think you need to back. They're trying to back right now. They're being chased, but it should be fine. Should get out.
Radiant's middle tower.
Their DK form will be expiring fairly soon, so maybe if you're Pipsqueak, you can now prepare for the Tormentor fight. Delay it a little bit, ignore the Dragonite in the fight when he's not a dragon. He's actually not that strong.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't seem like they have that much appetite for the risk, though. Poppy is still very far from BKB. Darkhold almost has the Chrysalis. I don't think they're ready just yet. So, he's gonna have to give up this Tormentor. Let's see who's gonna be blessed with this wonderful item. It is gonna go to Rare Gods. Okay. Spotlight is always a very solid thing to have in the game.
Yeah, I mean, either of the supports have like a B tier shard, so it's not that big of a deal. Spotlight can be really good versus illusion heroes, which there aren't any. But at least those Manta illusions are gonna be dead.
Tower is under attack.
Poppy.
What? Why?
That's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh man.
He didn't even kill it.
He rode the courier and it was just like, oh shit, there's nothing on the courier. What's happening?
Even if there was, right? What the hell was that? Okay, copy. Okay, copy. I mean, look at his picture. He's smiling. He's like, I made a doo-doo, man.
Button checks. That's what it was. Button checks. Button checks. You know. It's like, you know, you ever play a fighting game sometimes? You're just trying to do like a regular move, then you, by mistake, do the EX version. And you're just like, oh, I'm just checking buttons, bro. Don't worry.
He's hunting.
He sees them, but doesn't necessarily have his team immediately right next to him. And he doesn't have full vision of who's in the jungle, especially he doesn't know where the Invoker and the DK are, so understandably a bit hesitant to make that play.
Pipsqueak are looking kind of lost right now. They need the BKB and the Beastmaster for Copy to literally lead them in this game. Everybody else doesn't seem to know exactly what to do.
They got the Army Knights. He's gonna die very quickly, but at the same time, they found the Batrider too. He's inside the ward trap and he gets killed off. Mars dies in bottom, chased solo by Takizawa on the Bristleback. They don't even have to fight as a full unit anymore on the side of BPP. They feel that strong. And it only gets worse from here. DK just picked up a full BKB for himself.
Dire are scanning.
Pipsqueak are hesitating, right? First they see the Bristleback, they could lasso him. You have the arena and the spear. You could actually try to go for that kill. They decide against it, right? And then they decide to stay in an area where the opponents are 100% aware of where you're at. And their chase is actually quite solid. So it's always gonna turn out like this. You lose a tier 2 24 minutes into the game. Remember when we talked about the timing of Pipsqueak? It should be now, right? It should be right now when this Beastmaster has a BKB and you are the weaker line. Oh no, 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 no.
Beastmaster trying to TP home to assist his team. They cancel it out and now they're gonna try and get aggressive on him. They force out the BKB. It literally just arrived. It's a brand new item and he's still gonna die after popping it potentially. Does manage to blink out in the end. On the other side though, Takizawa not so lucky, as they finally end up getting an arena with the gyrocopter next to it. I believe that's the first time we've seen those two heroes together in a team fight in this entire game.
Exactly, but that's the first time also Pipsqueak they go without hesitation because they saw so many heroes in the top lane. So in some ways, this BKB of the Beastmaster, even though it looked like it was gonna be used for absolutely nothing, works out quite well for them. 9-second BKB never feels good to lose it, but they get a pretty strong core kill out of it. So they're not gonna be too mad. Plus, this gyro is starting to farm really fast. This Manta is no joke.
I do like the Silver Edge build that he's going for as well, recognizing that he's dealing with both a DK and a Bristleback. Very nice to have that kind of break for yourself in that situation.
Shield rune,
And as
they
a-
can bait on it.
Shield Rune for Cutie. Okay. You could maybe try to do something here. They even give him the Alacrity buff, but they're going the wrong way. This move was read by Pipsqueak. They're going to safety. They understand they're being ganked. They're going to stay safe.
They did, however, claim the triangle, and considering that the mid and the top tier 2s are the only ones that are left, protecting that for Pipsqueak is now going to be very hard without any control over their own triangle. So there's only vision from the side of Pipsqueak on that side of the map.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
Tier 2
bottom
tower being
is
sieged.
under attack.
Forward Spirits, DK Ultimate, Mass Serpent Wards. Yeah, good luck. That building is gone. Please, Gaben, bring back Repair Kit for these situations.
Radiant's top tower.
I don't know, man. Even the best builders in the world wouldn't help you in that situation.
That would be cool if like had different versions of Repair Kit. Like, I don't know, I could pick up like famous architects around the world. Like, all right, you've got a Da Vinci here.
Bob the Builder.
Bob the
I mean,
Builder, there we go. It's like, yeah,
that's who I was thinking of, right? I don't know your real world guys. Bob the Builder gets like a squeaky little hammer and builds a house in 3 seconds, so nobody compares.
It's either Bob the Builder or Hashirama Senju from Naruto. Best
Exactly.
builders all time.
Copy. You smoked. They want to go in.
Yeah. Eki, his smoke will break first. Will Firefly to the top lane, get some vision down. He sees these heroes, he finds Katsura. They're trying to bring in this Invoker. There's going to be the Raw. Escape back will bail him out for now. At the same time, look at Coffee go. Throwing in the big damage with Dark Lord right next to him. They eviscerate both the Ringmaster and the Invoker. Cutie tried to help, but he realized he does not have the tankiness right now. And as his BKB ends, his life will be taken away as well. Yanza can do nothing but watch this whole fight unfold around him. As Pipsqueak +4, they showed no hesitation. Like you said, when they commit, they have the damage, they have the execution, and they get the team fight as a result.
And also catching the Invoker first, right? This Invoker should be in the back with his Blink Dagger. He sees a fight that he starts spamming his spells. You have to pop the BKBs to do anything. But because you initiate first, it's a big deal. And you talked about it, the Roche is so important for Beastmaster lineups. Well, now they're gonna have it. And this is the timing of the Pipsqueak +4 lineup. We talked about it 25, 30 minutes in. This is where they're gonna be the strongest, despite being 5k gold behind before that fight happens. With the right initiation, you just cannot lose. Your timing is too strong.
Tower is under attack.
They have a 2k gold lead for themselves right now. Just got a Blink Dagger on this Omni Knight as well. That's the one weakness of how Ake has been playing. It takes a while for him to get fully into the fight, but now with this Blink, not really a problem. This game's starting to feel a little bit good for them right now.
Up, just one fight. That's how it goes. VP Prodigy, they let Pipsqueak breathe, right? That's the thing. They allowed themselves to lose the control of the triangle. They went back to their side of the map. They allowed Pipsqueak to shove out the waves and then go for a fight that you're not gonna 100% expect. You knew that they might have been coming, but you're not 100% sure. You mess up the positioning, and you are now in a position where the enemies are stronger.
This BKB on MOUZ is huge. He's been also struggling a little bit getting into the fight. Sometimes, there's a lot of random spells flying about, but now with this Blink BKB and the shot as well. That's the one thing we spoke about in the draft, right? That they just have the pure team fight advantage. Weren't fully able to leverage that all the time, but now they might find Katsura again. Gets off a beautiful tornado, but an even better arena. 2 heroes caught in the spear. Yayo showing off why he was so happy to get this MOUZ in the late game.
This Invoker is so squishy. He cannot be the first point of contact ever. Every time that he gets caught, you just have to bail. I'm just glad that VP Prodigy decided to run away, but did they? Cutie.
Eki, he found him. He BKBs to make sure he's not gonna get Dragon Tail. He's gonna wait for this lasso as long as possible. Now he pops it out. There'll be an escape pack, but that's not gonna matter, my friend. He ends up dead. Rare Gods threw out the Wheel of Wonder, but all it does is leave him vulnerable to Dark Lord, who comes in for the flank maneuver, gets a dominating spree on this gyro. And they are starting to just run all over them. At a point, they were 8 kills behind, but all of a sudden it's even now, and they're ahead in goal.
That's a Daedalus on the gyro. I mean, good thing for VP Prodigy is still in the ultra late game. You definitely got a shot right? Bristleback, the DK, these two heroes, they scale really, really well. But the thing is that Dark Lord is getting a little bit out of control. Winning the next fight without bursting down the gyro is going to be next to impossible. His damage output is too high. And you know what? He's got an Aegis. So even if you take him down once, you're still going to have to do it once again.
He's skipping BKB because he has Ike to buy it for him. And he's skipping the Aghanim's because he's like, well, actually, what I need to do is deliver that big bombastic damage directly onto the Bristle or the DK. And he's doing it, man.
Yeah, it's either going to be a Satanic or a Butterfly as his next item, depending on what he thinks he needs, right? If he thinks that the damage is a little bit lacking, then the Butterfly will be the choice. But if he thinks that tankiness is something that he's lacking, that he's going to be going Satanic.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are
Got a lot of gold saved up, but he might actually be starting a fight here. Katsura and the boys are on the high ground, and here he goes. Doko gets blinked past it. They're going on to Eki. He gets bailed out by the repel as well as the hand of God, the ultimate from this Army Knight, keeping him alive. Rare God, he's struggling because he wants to try and save the Bristle, but the Bristle cannot be saved. Gyrocopter's damage is too damn high. Now they chase John to easily kill him off, easily find another kill on the backlines. Dark Lord will maybe die to these Forge Spirits and the big damage from the wards, and he does. Loses his first life. That gets taken away. Ake running away. He's scouted by the Invoker. Katsura sees him. Will he jump after him with the Blink Dagger? He does. There's the Tornado. Couple of right clicks is all he'll need. He finds that kill. So Katsura at least somewhat salvages the fight, bringing down the two supports. But he has lost everybody else. Dark Lord and Copy. The damage output from these guys is just too damn high right now.
He has saved a lot there because that was a... that was an Omni who had the banner, right? So these creeps would have survived. It seems that it won't matter in the end, but it could have.
See if Katsura can do anything here. Tries to go Sunstrike. Copy BKBs immediately. Dark Lord might not want to stay on the high ground all by his lonesome now that the BKB is down. So Katsura unironically just saved the entire game. Kills the heroes that have the banner and then stops the push all by his lonesome.
Beautifully done. Did everything right. I mean, he had a couple of mistakes in the mid game, getting caught first by the Batrider, but in this last fight, his positioning was awesome. His spell usage was really good, and him cleaning out the fight was great as well. I mean, Ike was very, very mad about the range of the Force Spirits, and I think that's something that the Gyro should keep in mind and carries in general. People, when you're playing the pubs, kill the freaking Force Spirits or your supports are gonna be useless. They do way too much damage, and they just guard from anybody coming close.
Very nice by Katsura again. He sunstruck onto the twin gate so he could actually see it rotating. He knew that they were coming, so they're not gonna go too far to the south side.
This Beast Smash is going to be a problem. He's approaching his refresher and his farming speed is actually insane. That just means that this timing of Pipsqueak will be extended even more. And DK, he will finish his Daedalus before the next fight. Probably will have the level 20 as well, but their map is getting smaller and smaller, so even that is under question.
Another very scary item just emerged. Eki has Orchid right now on the Batrider.
Eki literally soloed the DK in the previous fight. Like, this is how much damage this stupid hero does right now. He doesn't have a single damage item. He's gonna go Dragonlance next, so believe me, carry Batrider coming your way soon.
Let's hope Aoi is not watching this broadcast, not to give him any ideas.
I feel like the Falcons could really be a team. They can make it happen. I know Skitter doesn't play with heroes too much, but he definitely plays sacrificial roles. Yeah, that's cool.
Quick little pause after we had the Shadow Shaman getting burnt away. Honestly, what Eki's damage numbers are going to be like at the end of the game.
We should be looking at it at the end of fights, particular fights, like how much damage he did to a singular hero that he focused on. But yeah, I could agree that his overall damage output could be high. Of course, not going to be in the realms of a Beast Smash and the Gyro, because these two heroes just do way too much in terms of AoE.
To be fair, in the last fight, he actually did more damage than Copy did. He did like 4.2, and Copy did like just over 2 or something like this. So it's a lot, like you say. Batrider. Arsonist's facet of Batrider is just ridiculous.
Yep. It's too strong. So some lag issues it seems for VP Prodigy. Like we're losing because of lag, guys. That's the problem.
The question is, what do you actually build next? So QD obviously wants to get himself this dataless. You know, normally the build up of these DKs after the dataless, you decide if you want Satanic or MKB. Here he needs the MKB, and he's so far away because Gyro already has the butterfly. How is this possible?
Well, when you control like 70% of the map, and the map now is literally the crops have never been better. That's just how it is. There's just way too many camps. Then you just get items one after another. He's queuing up a BKB, and I can understand it right now because with this BKB and the next Rosh, you're ending the game. Sometimes you're not sure if you're ending the game, so you might want to go for a different item. But when you know that the fight is 100% going to be happening because you're going to be forcing it out on the enemy high ground, then the BKB is definitely the way to go, especially versus this Invoker, man. He's way too annoying.
Yeah. Yo, that high ground fight is scary for VPP. You have to deal with that Gyrocopter that's going to have that BKB. We'll have the refresher done by then for copy. Eki will have his D-Lance. You'll also have the refresher on MOUZ. He's not too far away from having that item. So 2 refreshers, a brand new 9-second BKB, an Aegis, refresher shot, the Roshan's banner. In fact, 2 Roshan's banners because they didn't expend the previous one from Ake. Yo, good luck, guys. You have to win the fight before them. There's no way they can defend against the Roshan on the high ground.
Yeah, like you have to fight the Rosh. That's just how it is. The thing is, though, Pipsqueak plus 4 are just so freakishly strong right now. Their timings are so powerful that even without the Aegis, your base could be in trouble. So, on one side, you have to play somewhat aggressively to get those item timings before the Rosh fight, decisive Rosh fight. Or you can be safe and then risk not having those for the Rosh, which is gonna make it so that 99% you lose it, which in turn loses you the game. So I'd say be aggressive, farm a little bit aggressive, and if you die, you die. That's fine. It's probably like the best percent of victory if you play it that way.
Have a reconnect from Cutie on the Dragon Knight. Looks like the lag issues have been figured out. They've been sorted. Probably some of the guys on VPP were like, man, why did you reconnect so quickly? We needed to talk to try and figure out some strategy, bro. They actually might just jump Dark Lord right after the pause. They're gonna go immediately onto the Gyrocopter. They can't kill him though. Omni Knight's helping out. He will be able to get away though. Yayo bails him out with the arena, and Gyrocopter will live. Literally one hit away. No, Katsura comes in with the deafening blast, able to get the connection, and they find the kill on Dark Lord. What a time to unpause. What a decisive movement from VPP. That's going to buy them at least another 80 seconds in this game.
Pauses sometimes take away your focus, and he definitely lost focus there. He completely forgot where the enemies are at. He's like, oh, we're in a 4 versus 5. They're going to be playing defensively. No, VP Prodigy, they go out of the base, and now it's up for a chase, right? The Mars doesn't have a BKB. He could be dead.
Sunstrike gets bailed out by Ake, though. There with the Omni Knight, showing his value to this draft. Though Takizawa now wants to put himself on the high ground here. They're gonna come back towards mid. They got the Hex, they got the Shackles, they found Copy. Will they be able to actually kill him? No. Bailed out once more by the Omni. Hits the Shiva's Guard to get him back. Now DK form has finished, so some of the pushing prowess is gone. But nonetheless, this could be dangerous. They found Eki as well, thrown into the air. Eki got the lasso out onto the DK, bringing him closer. They spear back this Bristleback. They're just trying to buy time here, Harry. They want the Gyro to come back into it, and I think they'll succeed. They might only be able to get one, if that. They're gonna try for it though. They're committing. Here comes Copy onto the DK. DK is dead.
Where was the box?
Where was the Ringmaster? Where was the Ringmaster? Now the Hex is out onto Copy. Wheel of Wonder will be there. Do they have the damage to kill him? Yes, they do. Bristleback will be able to make it happen, but can he get out of here? Yayo dropped an amazing arena, holding him in, not allowing him to escape. Katsura was also right there trying to TP out, and he fails as well. The push took too long, the Gyrocopter returned, but the spell casting of Yayo was just too damn good. VPP tried, and they get punished for their hubris.
Look at which hero is again doing the most damage on the Radiant side. It's this Bat Rider. He's just every single time doing enough damage to kill some of these cores. But I'm very surprised, man. VP Prodigy, in this instance, going for a push is fine if the enemies are completely back. What you wanted to do with this push, I think, is force enemies into mistake and continue killing them, right? Because you know in a 5 versus 5, you're very unlikely to win. But then you need to be prepared to save your freaking cores. Like, what the hell was that? That the DK dies in a full roar with the Ringmaster being in the vicinity. Man, that is unacceptable. Let's put it this way, because we talked about it. That Ringmaster, there is a reason for him in this game to save people from the roar. That is your job. And Rare Gods just wasn't ready. He even has a blink.
It's one of those plays that there's like legit no excuse, right? He had his blink. He was far away from the fight. Escape act was not used whatsoever. Game-losing plays, unfortunately, because now you have to deal with an Aegis on the Gyrocopter, Cheese on the Batrider, another banner on the floor, a refresher shot sitting on the Omni Knight. Yeah, this fight feels a little bit impossible.
Yeah, it looks like it could be over. There's an AD rune in the bottom river as well at the moment. Pipsqueak don't know about it, but if they check, which they should, usually at this moment when you want to go high ground, you're checking, especially hoping that there's going to be an AD rune. Plus, there's still a bottle on the Beastmaster, so there should be a few to go high ground for sure. They didn't check though.
He doesn't have time for that. Well, maybe he's like, look guys, we're already so far ahead. Let's at least make it a bit fair for them. AD rune is cheating.
Oh, Cutie wants to go in.
Lancer gets to the backline. They find out immediately the supports. They burst down onto Ike. Eki's also falling very low. They've also lost both of their supports, however. Eki not gonna die just yet. He's still alive with a sliver of HP as Copy just jumps onto the Invoker.
Got a cheese on
Shreds
Eki.
him from 100 to 1. Takizawa died within the arena as well. And now Cutie, the lone survivor here, Tame the Beast, will help bail him out for a moment. They almost flame break them out of the fight. He gets escape back, but the spear catches them both regardless. Nailed to the wall, sent to the fountain,
That's it.
and honestly sent into the second lobby. We should see the GGs emerging very soon, because there's no way they can defend 0 versus 5.
They do have a glyph, so going for the throne here with all of the extra armor on the towers isn't really the most optimal move. But I think because the gyro is just so damn strong that he might actually be able to do this. Now that should be it. You're not going to be able to defend this. You don't have a buyback on a single hero, which is understandable. Under these circumstances, you have to buy out every single time.
Gyrocopter just gonna pepper down some cooldowns just to let them know, hey, whose house are you in right now? Don't try to interfere with me, boys. And GG, well played, is called Pipsqueak. Come away with the victory. Let's not lie, it was looking shaky for some moments during that game, but in the end, they clutch it out, they come back together. Like you said, the one thing that changed the game for them, they became decisive, and all of a sudden, the path was clear.
Yeah, it was quite easy though. I have to say, VP Prodigy, they did screw up a little bit. I'd say Kazura, for sure, even though he had some amazing plays. Invoker is the type of hero with which you consistently need to be in a good position, and his positioning was wrong 2-3 fights in a row. He died first. Without the Invoker in a fight, you're just helpless to dance around the fight. But I think overall in the drafting stage, Pipsqueak, they did kind of set themselves up for success, and despite a couple of mistakes there in the early mid game, it looked like an easy path forward 25 plus minutes into the game.
Yep. We end the game with our highest damage dealer surprisingly not being Batrider. Number 1 is Katsura on 35k, but second is the Batrider. Dealt more damage than anybody else on his own team. I will say that in the end, yes, there were a couple of fights where, this Bristleback was able to, rush into the arena, draw a spell or two, do some damage, but man, imagine if they had like a Tide Hunter, an Underlord, a Centaur, a hero that does more than just having to survive by itself, that still has some degree of impact in these team fights. Because it just felt like once Yayo jumps in with Eki next to him and Dark all day dealing damage, there's no response that VP Prodigy have. There's no spell they can cast that can bail them out of that kind of situation.
Yeah, definitely not easy to play when you have an offlane Bristleback in the mid lane Invoker. It's too much in terms of positioning, and you don't have a clear hero that can just jump in and make a difference. Sure, you have a Shadow Shaman, but jumping into a lineup that has so much AoE damage, you're just gonna die. Yeah, your foul play will pop, but immediately after, it's just gonna be some random damage that you're gonna die to. So yeah, they put themselves in a position where you consistently have to have really, really good positioning versus a team that has so much jump. And obviously, you make one misplay and suddenly they're on top of you. So yeah, I do agree. It would be much easier for them to play if they had just a normal offlaner.
Well, we'll see if Virtus Pro Prodigy will be able to make any
So again, we're going to be seeing the same opening, and if we could again go the same route, but they won't because the Beastmaster is going to get banned outright. Beastmaster is also, so now Pipsqueak can just go for the Tiny themselves. I think that's actually, in my mind, the best way to draft currently. If you don't get these OP heroes in the first phase, you know, your Treants, SFs, Clinxes, Razors, Vipers and such, then just pick up a support, strong support, something maybe flexible like a Batrider. Okay, they'll go for the Mars. Okay, I thought still Tiny could be a good one, but considering that you have a Batrider, you've kind of already shown your 4, so Mars makes sense.
If it broke, don't fix it. Go back to what Yayo was doing previously on the hero. Interestingly enough, for VP Prodigy, I do believe Tiny is Rare Gods' best hero, at least from what I've seen him play. It's like, by far, it's his best hero. So, wouldn't be too surprised if they do end up picking up that, as it might look like a flex, but if I see Tiny on VP Prodigy, I can guarantee he's going to be the one that plays it. But mostly I want teamfight. Some kind of way to break this initiation. Either make a way that you can start the fight because they couldn't really start fights themselves easily, or get you some counter initiation. And there's the team fight. There we go.
And it's a flex. And it's a flex between a mid and an offlane, right? So it makes sense. It got banned out the last time. You were like having mixed feelings about it. I feel like it's actually quite good because you can leave the arena with the Burrow Strike if you want to, or enter the arena with the Burrow Strike if you want to.
Gives you like this nice big highlight. Attack here, epicenter here, and you know exactly where to go in the middle of the engagement. I like this. From the side of VP Prodigy. Can be mid and off lane, like you said. I do, though, think that Katsura, I'm still not really sure how to make of him as a mid player. Like in the sense of the style of gameplay that he has. I've seen some plays like this farming Invoker, like we said. We saw him play this Rubik where he tried to be active on the map. Saw him play, I forget if it was Void Spirit or Ember, one of the spirits, and that didn't really go so well. I'm still up in the air of what to expect from this guy, so I'm not really sure how the Sand King's going to play middle.
It might not be a middle Sand King, right? It could be an offlane Sand King. We're probably going to be finding that out because you're going to have to reveal something on the Pipsqueak side. It's actually not easy to draft right now. Ursa is not the ideal way to go. Is there a carry that I'm missing? Maybe like a TA could be okay, but then you see Jakiro and the Sand King and you quickly decide against it.
Yeah, you're not feeling that right now. You might play Weaver, but there's a Shadow Shaman for the Hex. Just go Gyro. Nice, the stable carry.
You can go Omni again?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's up to VP Prodigy to make the adjustments, right? So if they went Omni again, I wouldn't even be too mad, given the overabundance of magic damage that I see on the enemy lineup.
I mean, you do have other options as well. Treant is still in the pool, let's say, right? Could be a good way to go. You've got, yeah, okay. So they don't care. They're just gonna go for the same thing.
I'm actually wondering, in this game, is the MOUZ going to play differently and decide to just pick up a value pipe of insight earlier on? Maybe after the Blink Dagger, just because of how good pipe would be.
Feels too bad on the hero. It's just... I don't know, man. Whenever I see a Mars with the pipe, he just feels lost. He's running around. He doesn't know what to do. I don't know if it's just Mars players being used to positioning in a certain way, but I haven't seen a successful Mars pipe in a very long time.
I saw one last month in those qualifiers. Bark was playing it. But to be fair, Bark was the one that started the build at TI of going like either Pipe Crimson into Blink or Pipe Crimson BKB. Like you just
Chinese players. Chinese players do not count because they are very disciplined. And the discipline, I think, is like 5th on the menu for these two teams.
Well, damage is on the menu right now for VP Prodigy, and it's high up on the list because we've got tons of magic damage, and now we bring in the Kez, who's going to deliver that physical damage for us. I really like Kez, man. Like, this is right now one of my favorite heroes to play. How do you think it fits into this draft overall for VP?
I think it fits pretty well, right? It's solid versus the Gyro. You can close the gap. It's actually quite good versus the Mars inside of the arena. You use the Raptor dance, and it's not that not that easy for them to do much versus you. You naturally buy a BKB at some point, so I definitely like it. Plus, Kez is solid at finishing people off, and when you've got a Sand King, when you've got a Shadow Shaman, Jakiro, all of these heroes contribute to the damage department. The Kez will definitely do really well.
Another thing about the Kez, in my experience, it's pretty good in MOUZ against MOUZ in the laning phase. Obviously, it does depend on what the support cost looks like. Batrider is definitely going to make a difference in the one-to-one matchup. But Kiz is very happy about seeing Mon. Timber is going to be the one that's playing in the off lane here. Timber can indeed buy a Pipe of Insight. Probably does want one at some point to help
He will
against the
get it.
Slash. But if he, in the interim period, when the Slash is running around with the Omni behind them, they have so much damage on Pipsqueak, bro. Eki, Dark Lord, and Aleshra. Good God. Good luck, VP Prodigy.
I just would want one thing to change for Pipsqueak in this game is that the Omni starts off with the Hammer of Purity. I feel like it's just the better way to go about it than just smack them in the face. It is gonna be Shadow Shaman and the Timbersaw. So you definitely want damage into these guys early on.
Are you convinced enough, though, by this VP Prodigy draft? What do you give their odds of being able to make the comeback here in Game 2?
I give them a solid chance here for sure. I'd say this is a 50-50 draft, to be honest, but because I do favor Pipsqueak a little bit as a team, I'm going to go slightly for them. But then because that, I'd say 45%. The only thing that I don't like on the side of VP Prodigy is their support duo. But I would like to have a support that is a little bit more capable of going in, right? Right now, all of these supports are being played to go like blink Yules and create plays, so they don't have that opportunity. And Shadow Shaman, sure, he can go in, but blink usually isn't enough, right? You need something else, and Yules is not an item that's going to work for him to allow him to survive a little bit longer. And once again, you're versus all this AoE, so that's why I would have preferred something other in the position 4 that can actually go into a fight and then reset, go in again. Yeah, I don't think they have that, and that could be the handicap that actually costs them.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure out onto this here Timbersaw to be able to go in, make the space, absorb some of these spells, create opportunities for the Sand King to make the fights more impactful. So we'll see what's going to end up happening here. Early smokes as usual from both sides, but as usual, everybody just misses each other. Feels bad, man. No more level 1 fights.
The thing is that it's just people don't want to fight. They're just telling to the audience like, yeah, I want to fight. But it's the classical let me add a moment where, okay, I scratched that, man. The Pipsqueak, they look very, very ready to fight. The thing is that they're going to be running into 5 heroes.
Yeah, and there's an observer ward down already. They have the vision of them. Eki, he's going to be the one that shows first. Cutie sees Copy, and Copy has now been somewhat separated from his team, but there's nobody there to catch up to him. So in the end, it's all
They
good.
still have a good
No
ward.
problem.
They might still decide to go in.
Okay, Cutie. He's been spotted out right now, jumps back in a little bit. Yayo's going to be the one that throws in the rebuke. On the backline is Copy coming back in right now, throwing in these lightning storms. Yanta is falling low. Yanta not going to be the first blood because Takizawa throws in so much damage onto Yayo that the MOUZ just evaporates. Eki now trying his best to run away from Cutie and Rare Gods. Will he be able to do so? There is going to be the shackles. More damage onto Eki. Eki goes down. Eki at the very least able to get some revenge by taking out the Batrider. But nonetheless, it's a 2-for-2 trade, but the first blood gets drawn in by Takizawa on the Timbersaw. Came out of nowhere with that Welling Death.
Yeah, you could see that when they started to fight on that ward, they're like, okay, they dispersed, let's go. DPP decided, let's go back. And you could literally see the Sand King first, and then the Timbersaw behind him joining that fight. First, it was a nice burrow strike onto 2 people, and then it was this Timber coming over. But still, Kazura starting off with that burrow strike is going to be a problem, right? This is a spell that you don't want until level 4, right? So his laning stage is going to suffer immensely, I'd say, because of it.
Well, we're going to have some problems right now. We'll see how he's going to be able to get through that laning phase, but overall, we've already seen both teams are going to be prepared to fight and brawl here in this game too. Top lane, we see Yanta and Cutie doing what they can here. This is one of those situations where Yayo and Eki need to play as aggressively as they can in these first 3 levels before the Kez gets level 3 and before Yanta in particular gets level 3 on the Jakiro.
Cutie pushing aggressively, but I'd say if you want to go for that bat, that you're gonna be in a ton of trouble. And this is the thing, right? Jakiro is usually this lane dominator that nobody can trade with. Batrider is the type of hero that you have to be afraid of because he also does a lot of damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You have a lot of damage going on to Yanta now. Yanta will be able to get the kill first onto Eki, but he does lose his life afterwards. Well, this is what you do have to be doing, playing aggressively while you can, but when you end up giving up kills and Cutie survives and is like, thank you very much for the gold, it's a bit of a catch-22 situation that they're experiencing.
I feel like Eki wanted to die there because he used the blood grenade that was completely unnecessary, right? I think he saw that he was going to be low on resources, and if the Jakiro comes back full HP, full mana, that he's just going to be bullying his buddy. So he's like, okay, now we're both going to die. My core is going to get a kill, and then we can reset this lane.
How things looking bottom. Dark Lord doing his thing. It is a gyrocopter into a Timbersaw lane. You should never, ever, ever feel anything resembling a threat here. Takizawa did play into this lane the other day, and he did something that a lot of these Timbers aren't doing anymore. He did go 2 points reactive armor just to try and sustain himself.
We'll see if he decides to do that. It's actually not half bad. I mean, you're not going to be getting more points in Whirling Death versus the Gyro anyway, so you're probably going to start getting the Timber Chain at some point. So 2 points in reactive armor is not going to be that big of a deal.
Just farming away on the Gyro. Falcon Blade coming soon. Takizawa will see how quickly he wants to get that Pipe of Insight, but you definitely do not want to be playing into Lesh without it.
Yeah, it might actually be his first item, right? The Arcane Boots, maybe Soul Ring into a pipe is probably the way to go. He is queuing up a Broadsword. Is that going to be a Blade Mail? I guess it could be good versus these heroes. Blade Mail really is perfect versus the Pipsqueak heroes.
Gyrocopter, Leshrac, and Batrider. Yeah, the Blade Mail sounds perfect.
You know what the funny part is? It's actually really good versus the VPP heroes as well. Jakiro, Sand King, Kez, Timber, like all of these guys do AoE damage.
All right, so somebody on Radiant needs to rush a young Blade Mail. Who's it gonna be?
Imagine a Lesh with the Blade Mail.
Lesh with like Blade Mail, Bloodstone. Let's go.
I'd love it. To be honest, I don't think he's gonna be doing it, but it would make sense. Not gonna lie.
Has been killed.
Speaking of Lesh, he's gotten Katsura very, very low, but he's out of any vision here. So I don't think he's gonna get a kill.
And one thing that I definitely see a lot nowadays, people are not really bringing in a lot of sentries versus a Sand King and as a Sand King. To be honest, if I have a Sand King in my team, or just second, Yayo, he's gonna be surviving. I'm kind of giving him 2 sentries to start things off, and same is true for the other mid laner, because it's just such an important part of any lane versus this guy.
Gonna get ran on right now. Eki and Copy, but he turns around. Katsura finds the Barrel Strike. Yanta is here as well with the dual breath, but it's not enough. The damage output is too high. And Yanta, he might die as well. And indeed he will. Rare Gods does avenge him with the Ether Shock, but Rare Gods is also gonna die. Eki might find a triple kill here on this Batrider. Gets his kill stolen away by some creeps, but we'll count it in our hearts as a triple. This Bat is owning 4, 2, and 2, involved in all 6 kills in the game at the 5-minute mark.
Stupid hero does way too much damage. People are underestimating it. It's being played more and more, and in Tier 1 Dota, it's starting to get banned out first. And I feel like in Tier 2, they're just a little bit late to start respecting this hero. So some teams that play, they really come out on top. No, Sand King cannot die again.
Not allowed to die again, but it might not be up to him here, Harry.
It's
and
not up to
indeed
him.
It isn't. Poppy literally got level 6 during his Barrow Strike forward. So he was able to activate the Pulse Nova, burn him to death. And now he has to also do the Walk of Shame. He TP'd back after the previous death.
It's a disaster. The Pipsqueak are just playing better around this mid lane. That is one thing that they definitely did better, a lot better in the previous games. Well, however, Lesh is playing with his life a bit in the mid lane.
Have a lot of damage, but Eki has even more with the Leshrac. They turned this around. Yanta needs to run, but he's going nowhere. Eki now dominating streak on the Batrider. All right, nobody can come back mid. Red Gods, he didn't hear. No one can come back mid. You gotta get out of here, my friend. He's gonna get himself burnt down. Katsura thinking about it. He gets a Barrow Strike onto Egg. And Egg will be A-okay. It's 3 points into Purification. He has worries. Takizawa, though, will try and present
He's
some
gonna
of those
die as
worries
well.
to Egg.
I don't know what the hell he's
Damage
doing.
from Copy. Copy now has a repel put on top of him as well, so he's just chasing forward. Katsura gets forced away. Yanta at least lays down the ice path. Even Cutie was forced to make a rotation for this one. Finally able to bring down Copy. But what a commitment required from VPP to make that happen. And the entire time, yes, you're killing Copy, but the real carry is still alive. Eki is chilling, 6, 2, and 3 on the Batrider.
He's gonna be level 6. Look at him. He almost has it. Who took the shrine? The shrine, oh, again, 2 shrines went for Squeak. And this is the thing. This is why I didn't like those rotations to the mid lane, because you literally brought 5 heroes to the mid lane in time for the Wisdom Shrines. You have a Jakiro and you have a Shadow Shaman. And we talked about how they can be weak and just die to the AoE damage. You cannot allow them to be low in levels. They are very, very low in levels. The Shadow Shaman is level 3.
Level 3 at 7 minutes. The Jakiro not doing much better. Yes, the Jakiro is level 4, but only due to some of the action he's participated in the mid lane. The worst part about all of this, the Sand King, yeah, you're level 6, but look at the net worth of the Sand King. You're going to be so far away from getting anything resembling real items. While you're busy farming those items, what's Leshrac going to be doing? Leshrac will be running around the map, terrorizing the rest of your team.
I mean, you can say, look at the net worth of the Sand King, right? If you're like, you're super weak, but then we can say, look at the net worth of the Batrider. He is in core territory and deep into it as well, ahead of 3 cores in the game, 2 of which are his opponents. This is quite impressive from Eki, and this is the second game in a row that they're not respecting this Batrider. Plus, in game 1, he didn't have this good of a start.
Another knock-on effect of this crazy fight that happened middle, because Cutie had to come over on the Kez. You know, Kez was actually putting the screws to the MOUZ once Eki left. Yayo was having a really tough time, but Now he's being able to recover a little bit in terms of net worth, but crucially, he got the level 6 in this time period. So he's very 2 lanes, mid and top, definitely being secured by all of these rotations. And to say nothing of Dark Lord, right? Takizawa also left, so this Gyro has been just solo free farming bottom without a care in the world.
At least the Kez is having a good time. And Kez is the type of hero. I mean, you know him. You're a Kez player. He can fight early, right? Sure, with the Deso, you are gonna start melting heroes. But even before the Deso comes out, your damage output is actually quite high.
People always underestimate you on Kez. They're always like, Echo Slash, what's that gonna do, bro? And then you hit them with it and they're like, oh shit, that's what it does. That's a lot of damage. The game is a 2k net worth lead for Pipsqueak +4. Still though, as long as Kez is getting something out of this game, you know, as long as Sand King eventually gets Blink Dagger. You see, you remember when I said I'm 50-50 about Sand King, right? Normally, like in my mind, how I look at it is on the one far pole, you have like Malrine Sand King, right? We'll never lose a lane. We'll always have like 7 to 9 minute Blink Dagger. We'll roam around the map getting kill after kill. At 15, he's got Aghanim Scepter. Nobody can fight him. And then other games, the Blink Dagger arrives at 12. And you're like, well, okay, what's this hero been doing the entire time, right? The map is just receding further and further away from us. Then he doesn't have enough levels. He shows up with the epi, but it's only level 1 epi. It's not enough damage. He gets ran over. It just feels a bit too volatile for me, this hero right now.
Yeah, you need to be stable with him. That's the thing, right? You need to stabilize the game and farm until you get your blink, right? That is why Malrine is so good at him, because he understands, okay, I might lose the lane, but I'm not going to be feeding. I'm not going to be bringing my heroes mid. I'm going to be stacking, shoving out the waves, and so on and so forth, right? But when you allow some of this chaos to emerge inside of the game, that's when this hero becomes unpredictable, and unpredictability with the Sand King lineup, especially early on, is bad for you.
Well, he's going to be farming in the jungle now to try and recover his farm. Look at those odds. 10 to 1 odds. I mean, I know they're winning pretty hard, but that feels like a bit much.
Yeah, probably. I mean, still, they are coming as the favorites, and they are kind of crushing their opponents in the middle lane. The Bat Rider is approaching level 6. He already has it, though. He's not skilling up the lasso just yet. He got lasso on level 8 in the last game. However, I think with the advantages he has, that he should most definitely get it right now. Oh no, Kasura.
This could be trouble. Katsura, they want him. They want to try and interrupt him while he's farming. They did not manage to kill him, but they will find and bring down rear guards. Nice free gold for Copy.
That should be a mid lane tower as well. What is that? 3 points in the Diabolic Edict. Right now, with everybody going for an optic nourishment, we are finally back to the tower pushing Lesh.
You know, there was a while I even forgot this was a thing. And then there was one game I was playing and I was like, wait, this thing still does damage to towers? Wasn't it patched out? No, it's just a fact.
People don't see it as like a burst type hero any longer, the Lesh. They just want to play it in a different way.
Soon he's gonna have his Guardian Greaves. This is the new meta item.
Dive is happening.
It is indeed. They're going to the top lane. Yansa does find an ice path onto Yayo, but he's within the arena of blood. He's gonna die. At least he made space for Cutie to escape, so doing his part as a support.
Still, good rotation from Pipsqueak, right? The goal of this move wasn't to kill the Kez. Kez would have been a nice bonus. It was to kill the tower, and you still gotta kill into a tower. You got a mech now on the Lash, and you can definitely continue to apply pressure on the map. Until there's a blink on the Sand King, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble, and even that doesn't change things too much. Plus, look at the Timber Saw. He's nowhere close his Blade Mail. He's nowhere close his Pipe, so team fight-wise, VP Prodigy are helpless.
Eki, who has more farm than Takizawa, will be able to get a catch onto Yansa. Dark Lord is here as well. They quickly kill the Jakiro. Sand King thought to himself, maybe I can make a turnaround, but now he's regretting making that jump. He doesn't even have Sandstorm here. He's just dead. Double kill for Dark Lord. They at least find revenge onto Eki. A lot of gold for Rare Guards, ending the mega kill streak. But nonetheless, that required an ultimate, and it took the sacrifice of the life of your Sand King. And he's the guy that's supposed to be making the space right now.
Yeah, well, one thing that at least VP Prodigy did well, which allowed him to get this kill, is that Sand King was farming jungle, and that allowed the Shadow Shaman to be a little bit greedier with the experience, right? Considering that he was level 3 7 minutes into the game, getting level 6 is quite impressive, and after those kills he's going to be level 7 in no time.
Regards, the rare glimmer of hope right now for the side of VP Prodigy. Trying to protect Katsura.
Is under attack.
Needs this Blink Dagger.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Only gonna come out at like 13 minutes at the pace he's going right now.
The thing is, the Blink Dagger effectiveness drops significantly when you're showing it if you do not have your tier 1 towers, especially the mid lane one, but they've lost all 3 of them. So smoking out and getting out on the map is going to be very, very difficult, especially because Pipsqueak +4 are probably going to be posturing aggressively, which they should. Lesh in front with the mech, with the Omni behind. Even if you bring all of your heroes, it is not guaranteed that you're getting that kill.
The Lesh in question does have a mech already. We do see a Burrow Strike AP combination onto Eki, but Eki is just not dying. He even drops a lasso. He will eventually get taken out with the help of Rare Guards. But that is a uncomfortable amount of commitment required from the mid-Sand King at this stage of the game just to kill a support. And Takizawa, he's gonna die. 2 calls on him, Copy and Dark Lord. If you're gonna trade 2 heroes to kill another, you'd rather kill a core. So Pipsqueak very happy about the situation.
I mean, you know, Pipsqueak, they lost a higher net worth hero, so
Dire's bottom tower
maybe it's actually good for VP Prodigy.
That's true, actually. That's actually true. Oh man.
Not ideal. At least the Sand King is getting closer to his Blink Dagger. He's not gonna have the epicenter immediately, but it doesn't matter. They can still go for a move. They're gonna have the Mass Serpent Ward, so I would definitely like for them to open up a tower. The bottom one is probably I don't even want to say the easiest one, right? You have to smoke towards either the Timbersaw or the Kez. I'd say Kez is, at the moment, maybe a better choice just because he's stronger.
Speaking of this Gyro copy, was farming in the Dire Triangle now, so you've lost both of your triangles. And you have Sand King Timbersword. These are heroes that rely a lot on being able to claim that triangle farm to get back into the game.
Yeah, they are going towards the Kez. The thing is, you are going over enemy vision. Sure, you are smoked, but once the smoke pops, it's going to be a problem. They can surprise this Batrider. If you kill the Batrider, nothing changes in the game. That's just the thing. You're not going to be getting the
gonna
power.
jump him. War Trap is out as well. Looks like Eki is gonna die. But on the other side, on the top side of the
He
map,
missed the arena.
Cutie was forced to pop the Raven's Veil to get out of here. And indeed, Yayo did miss his arena and the spear. A little bit of mixed execution there. Copy, of course, wasn't able to land the Split Earth either. So by some miracle, Cutie lives, gets out safely.
Still, you did kill the Batrider, which again is a relatively high net worth hero, but you are not pushing a tower. You're not opening up the map. You are not changing the current state of things. So that's a problem. And if I was the Timbersaw man, I would bail on the Blade Mail, but he's not doing it. He's gonna go for it. I feel like the pipe is very necessary because you're not gonna be able to fight the Tormentor without it, and there's almost no way that he's gonna have a full thing in time.
On the bright side, that period of time that the Batrider spent at the fountain did mean that the Takizawa Timber finally took back over on the network. So it's actually a core hero again. Well done.
Okay. But goodbye Wisdom Shrines one more time. That's just how weaker you are.
Yanta is level 7, Rare Gods is about to crack 9. Both of the supports on Radiant are already level 9. And they're hunting for a kill here. Eki, if Takizawa shows, Takizawa will die. Just stay in the trees. Channel HYHY. Stay in the trees, Takizawa. Do not come out of this little alcove.
The thing is, he could bait for his team, right? Because you have that Blade Mail and VP Prodigy are coming. This is a moment where Pipsqueak should go back. They need to understand that something bad can happen. Something bad will happen.
MOUZ only just got the blink. He's not here for the fight. He's
Ike
gonna
is
catch
in good
Doko.
position.
They see him. They dive past him, looking towards Ike. Wanna find the Omni Knife first. At the same time, Raven wraps us down, comes in onto the gyro, but he's holding his ground. Now Yayo shows up, throws the arena, catches Takizawa. They find the kill onto him. Eki was burning away the supports in the meantime. And they find 4 heroes. It looked like a good opportunity. But the Burrow Strike, yes, I understand going on the Omni, but they didn't have the follow-up. And then they also didn't have the damage for the gyro.
He didn't go for the epicenter. I think that was the mistake. He should have Epicentered, gone back, but I think that was the idea. He saw the gyro, he knew that the Omni could be behind, and Cutie?
Oh,
Is
Cutie,
he gonna
Cutie,
win this
Cutie.
one? I don't think
Almost.
so.
He almost did, but unfortunately, there's too much backup behind Copy. The hero is too farmed. He popped the Guardian Greaves and stayed alive in that fight. Now they even, for good measure, drop the GA, ensuring that everybody gets out scot-free. Katsura, Barrow Strike misses. Barely unable to connect onto Eki.
And now they're on the side of the map, VP Prodigy, where they definitely don't want to be at, right? You are under enemy vision, you need to disperse somehow and still go for kills, and the opponents know exactly where you're at. So this is a straight up disaster. For the next 2 minutes, they're helpless.
Oh boy.
And now you know that
3+4.
they're dispersing, right? So you can go for pickoffs, no problem at all.
Dark Lord is alone in the top lane, but only got scouted a little bit by Takizawa.
He's gonna go over vision right now. If they don't get to him in time, he can most definitely die this time around.
Oh no, he got missed. They missed him. Takizawa, come back.
Help is coming.
Okay, now it's too late. Help is on the way. Eki, Yayo, and Ake, they're actually diving the backlines here, looking for some kind of backline jump, and they know where he's
dead.
at. They found him. Cutie. He thought that one Echo Slash would be good enough to clear out the wave, and he was wrong. Losing his life slowly but surely here. Yanta gonna try and bail him out with the Ice Path, and actually might succeed in this endeavor. He's still
Here
fine
comes the
for now.
homing
He's being
missile.
chased by the homing missile, and there's a Copy Lash Crack on top of him. His ass is toast. They do manage to at least bring down the Omni Knight on the backside, and now Yayo misses both of his spells. Neither support will die as a result of that. But still, you lost Cutie. The win condition of your lineup has just died for the second time in 2 minutes.
And again, all of your heroes are at the same place. They need to smoke out of there immediately. Right now, I think these 3 heroes on the side of VP Prodigy, they need to be in a smoke and already on top of this Slash. This is already too slow. This is they had a smoke. They had to do it right now. And you can see that they're starting to be lost in this game, understandably so, right? And they're just playing reactionary Dota, which is never, like almost never going to work. Your opponents have to make some really, really bad mistakes, which they're not really going to be doing.
They're still gonna try a very bombastic maneuver onto Copy. They're gonna
Still
try
got
for
him.
this here. Epi, Barrow, Shackles, everything expanded, and it succeeds. Very nice kill, and looks like they will be able to get out as well. Rare Gods, okay, he might be the sacrifice, but that is well worth it to end the killing spree, slow down the Lesh, and finally get some kind of resources into the Sand King.
They're chasing the Timber Saw on the top lane immediately, right? You can see that Pipsqueak, they're like, yeah, we lost a couple of heroes, but even though VP Prodigy got that kill, they didn't manage to shove the waves, they didn't manage to pressure towers, they didn't manage to force any TPs. Well, they're just gonna
He
be
managed to
trouble
get the
again.
lasso out onto the Timber Saw. He might kill Eki here, trying to at the very least. We did see the value of the Blade Mail there. Eki almost killed himself, heads up, but unfortunately, Eki is level 13. He was level 12 at that moment in time, but he's too tanky to die to just a Blade Mail at this stage.
He's higher level than any of the cores of the other side, right? I mean, he's also got more net worth than 2 of the cores, and he might even overtake the Kez, so... Definitely core territory right now for him. He's going for a BKB. Oh, wait, is he? Yeah, he is. And he's actually going to have it in less than 1,000 gold. This Batrider is just going to kill your entire team. You're helpless versus he blinks in with the BKB and you can't do anything.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
I hope any of the teams that are preparing for the next matchup up against what looks like it'll be Pipsqueak, I hope they're taking notes and remembering to ban the Eki Batrider. You can't allow this to happen.
Yeah, you have to. You have to ban this hero, right? Versus teams that play him right now, it's a problem, especially if it's a flex for them.
Don't belong in this fight.
They will at least be able to pick up a young free kill onto the Omni Knight. But it's like, whatever. We just got an Aegis. All our other heroes are crazy strong. Whatever, bro. I just went to check the stats. Guess, so he has, this is his 110th game on Batrider for Eki. Take a guess what his win rate is on this hero.
71%.
Okay, not that high, not that high. 64.2% before this game.
After this game, it's gonna be 71. Yeah, I'm just changing it like 10% per game, even though he has 100 games on it. That's
For me getting taken. You know, sometimes you see the team that's losing the torment and you're like, well, at least they're gaining something off the map. But look where they're standing. They don't even have the confidence to try and push in this wave. They're like, nah, guys, if anybody shows, we're actually in danger of just straight up dying. Unless they're
The
setting
thing
up
is
for the
they are
twin
under
gate
enemy
rotation.
vision.
They see
right, so
Yayo,
they see them.
he comes in, 2-hero, epicenter with the borrow strike. They find them both. Eki, he's gonna die alongside Yayo. What a trap, what a ward, what an initiation from VP Prodigy.
Yep, and this is the thing, you thought you saw them. You saw some of their heroes on the ward, but the Sand King was still hidden, and you're going through the twin gate that can always be dangerous before your BKBs are done. If they made this play when they had their BKBs, which are actually close to being done, would have been a big deal. And now, Eki says, haters, his BKB though is gonna be done for the next fight. So something like this, very unlikely to happen again.
Wow, when was the last time you saw this item this early in the game? Look at Rare Gods' inventory. He just picked up an Aether Lens.
Yeah, Shadow Shamans do tend to get it, but they usually go either Blink or Aether Lens. He wanted to go for both in this one, and I'm fine with that, right? Because he needs to initiate, but he also needs to somehow keep his distance. So this definitely does help.
The 9k net worth lead in favor of the Radiant lineup, but Pipspeak +4 should not rest on their laurels. You're playing into a Kez right now. The Kez does actually already have the BKB pretty much complete. One more camp will secured for him. He is somewhat ready to fight. Ikiro has to make some sacrifices to open up the map a little bit, make some space. It is what it is.
I mean, he's making space dying in his own triangle, so he might be making it for the opposing team. But yeah, I would have preferred if he died on the enemy side of the map. So this scary playstyle from VP Prodigy and their supports is it's not something that's gonna allow you to come back into the game, I'm not gonna lie.
Dire's bottom tower
Another
has
tower
fallen.
goes down.
Radiant's
Hero
top
2
tower
middle also
has
being
been
worked on by Dark Lord. That should go down very quickly as well. So they've lost all of their outer towers 23 minutes in.
They found Cutie.
Have indeed. Cutie does have BKB, but he will just straight
got
up go
him.
ahead and just kill the Batrider. Very nicely done. Had enough damage to bring him down before the lasso would come out. So that's a good usage of the first BKB, considering how much farm Eki has. He just got 700 gold on the Kez for that one.
Yeah, I can't believe, man. It's like, do you know how much damage my hero does? And because like, yeah, you know that my hero does the most damage in the game out of all heroes. So goodbye, my friend. 4 hits. That's how much it took.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay. That's going to get him closer towards the Aghanim Scepter. There's a little minute left on this Aegis for Copy. He has a shield rune as well. Would like to be able to throw some damage on a tier 3 with the shield rune. That's exactly what he's going to do. Jump up, Diabolic Edict. Tower's already at half HP. What the hell, man? They nerfed my Clinks, bro. My Clinks Burning Barrage can't do this anymore, but Copy can? This is ridiculous.
What do you mean it can't do it anymore? It still melts towers. It just doesn't melt them in half a second. It melts them in 3 seconds.
It's too long, bro. That's way too long.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Man, that was so stupid. I'm looking at how fast it's killing towers now, and it's dumb. And it used to be like 3 times stronger, 4 times stronger.
You're already getting your racks taken away at minute 24, and there's literally nothing you can do about this. You just gotta let it go.
Aegis will
Eki.
expire in 10 seconds. There's no creeps.
Okay. The rest of the team isn't really in position for this, though. Rare Gods is actually around the rune with Eki. Eki will look for a kill. Looks like Rare Gods is going to be the one that gets found. Trying to TP out Katsura. What are you doing? Oh, no. Why would you do that? He gets just killed. No buyback for the Sand King. The whole complement is here for Radiant. Aegis or no, they're easily strong enough to just run down mid, get that racks, and then go top to finish off that one.
Yeah, they didn't
Dire's middle tower
refresh the glyph because the melee racks didn't fall, so you can definitely go for this push right now, and the towers are just gonna fall in seconds.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Well, that's 2 lanes.
They should be able to get 2, right? There's a BKB now on the no, that's an Aghanim Scepter on the Sand King. He's got the epicenter, so I think they should be able to defend this top lane because they're gonna be getting the glyph refreshed. You need to glyph this.
All right, Dark Lord, what you gonna do, man? He's just hitting it. It's almost dead. They jump him now eventually. There will be an Omni Knight right behind him to try and bail him out, but he's still suffering from the damage from Cutie. Cutie trying to man up, but the gyrocopter is too much of a man. He zones them away with the help of Yayo. They end up killing Johnson and Rhaegar.
Epicenter.
Now Katsura goes in with the epicenter. It does the damage to kill Epi and to kill Copy. At the same time, Takizawa dives the backlines of the fight. He finds Yayo as soon as his BKB expires, kills him off as well. And they lose the racks, but they manage to hold the base overall, killing 3 of the enemy cores, getting a ton of gold in the process.
We're still counting the bad as a core, right?
Yeah.
That would have been so good for VP Prodigy if somebody freaking pressed the glyph. Like, why? Why didn't you save your Raxes? Now with being 2 Raxes behind and 13k gold, your ability to win this game is almost non-existent, right? Pipsqueak can just go for 1 pickoff with the lasso, easily get the Roche, and then go for another pickoff before the base at the game, right? It's the path to victory is so easy for them, but if they have 2 more lanes of racks to get, then it's a completely different story. This way, I don't know how VP Prodigy can ever get out on the map successfully.
X now. Not gonna save him. He's dead anyway. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Like, I really thought they were gonna glyph just on the final hit of the gyrocopter, and then that was gonna be the initiation point, but nope. They tunnel visioned a little bit too hard on the gyro. Managed to not kill him. Oh no. That's the Aghanim Scepter for Kez that they just killed.
Yeah, so what's his level? It's gonna be 2.5 minutes for that courier.
Oh my god.
Sucks. Plus he doesn't have a buyback because he bought out. They should be aware of it right now.
This could be the final play of the game. They're pushing
They
on the
got
high
BKB
ground.
on copy now as well.
They have Epicenter, they're channeling the AP, they're going on to Copy. They want to try and bring the Leshrac down. They bring the Kenzes in as well with the huge Raptor dance, but it's not enough damage. He didn't get off his BKB. He didn't get off his BKB. He just died immediately. At the same time, though, they do dive the backlines, find the gyrocopter, kill him off as well. After his BKB expires, there's shackles from Rhaegar. That is not going to help because Copy, he's just cleaning up house on the backline of the fight. They are buying back on these heroes. They want to come
Roche
and
is
end
up in
the
5
game.
seconds.
But they only have 50 seconds, no cares, 40 seconds, no Sand King. Timbersaw at least does have buyback. Now, maybe going in onto Copy. Copy has been shackled up. Takizawa is here now, but he arrived a little bit too late. Not going to be able to deliver the full damage onto this Leshrac. He goes into the backline instead, looking for the Mars. Mars gets eaten in with the dual breath as well. He actually has to get out. Because Rhaegar is going to buy back and kill him with the Ether Shock. Now he's shackling Gyro, just buying time. At the same time, Takizawa trying to run away from Eki. He can't do it. He ends up losing his life. It's a dieback on the Timbersaw. In 10 seconds, Sand King will be up. In 15, we'll have it Kez. But by then, we will not have a base. Mega Creeps now available for Pipsqueak +4. And
They
best
can go
case
Roche
scenario.
now. If Pipsqueak stay here, they can actually die, and this game will be extended. So, in my mind, the safer play is just to get Roche.
Looks like they agree. They got the Megas already. They're already winning the game. Why take unnecessary risks? And besides, you brought back on the gyrocopter. You do want to give him an Aegis to protect him, given that he doesn't have a second life.
Oh, VP Prodigy, they have to fight, even though it's a 3 versus 5. You know versus an Aegis that you're just going to lose. So you have to make like an amazing play with the Sand King fall up Ice Path and just hope that Kez is going to be doing enough damage. His courier is going to be up in 10 seconds. Like, come on, courier, come back to life.
Oh man, how is the courier still dead? Roshan will roll. They know it's taking place right now. They
Look at
have
that
Macro
positioning.
Fire, they have the EP, they're gonna go for it. They find the 2 heroes inside the Battle Strike with the Macro Fire on top.
Not enough.
Ayo almost dies. He does indeed eventually expire, but he does take the Sand King with him. Unfortunately, Cutie wasn't there. Where was the Kez with the Raptor dance? Gyro would have died if it was there.
He needed his courier.
Oh man, for want of an Aghanim Scepter, you're gonna end up losing the game. If he went with them, because he didn't pop BKB last fight, he still had it available. I really think they win that fight if he's there as the Macro Pyro is landing with the Epi.
Yep. Yep, I think so as well. Pipsqueak, though, they were a little bit careless. Seki was in a good position to break that smoke, but he wasn't on the high ground, right? You need to be protecting a jump in better, especially if you have Mega Creeps. You see that they're not in their base, so it was quite obvious that they're coming for you.
On the bright side, at least he does have his Aghanims on Cutie. but there's a Satanic now on this gyrocopter. Satanic, Daedalus, Aegis,
They're coming
BKB,
for the
and a
end.
serrated Shiv. Yeah, time to end the game.
Like he's hunting, he's fishing. He wants the Sand King.
Dire's middle tower
Okay, Sand King. Oh, no catch. They find the Hex first, but they get bailed out with Yayo. Beautiful 2-hero spear onto both supports. At the same time, they found the lasso onto Kez. They drag him towards the gyrocopter, kill him off without buyback. GG is called. And at the end of the day, Pipsqueak +4 eliminates Virtus Pro Prodigy 2-0. What a performance from the Pip Wolves.
Yep, pretty clean games coming out from them, especially in this game too. I'd say in game 1 they definitely had some problems, but in game 2, completely clean.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Phoenix assassin. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Shadow Fiend. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dying waits. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, Dire team.
Warlock.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
Slaughter.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Dire team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Incarnate.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero. Five seconds remaining.
Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, oi, oi. Salepa.
The maggots clean you.
Seconds to battle. The battle begins.
You might never recover.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds. Radiant team pick.
Abyssal Underlord!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Shadow Fiend!
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant.
I'm sorry to keep you
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Dazzle.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Drow Ranger. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
We'll turn this tide to our advantage. Blood. First soul is the thing.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
You look ravaged.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I've been wanting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
Radiant's middle tower is under
Dire
attack.
are scanning.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Bounty!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under
Glorious!
attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Caught you in your stubbies, did we?
Dazzle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Guess that's my shout.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
really good set of the next 2 games. So how much you want to say that, you know, he might struggle into Nikki Cool could definitely depend on just the matchup that Nikki Cool picks up for himself. Sometimes he'll pick something that is, again, incredibly strong, and other times he just wants to kind of play his silly little things, and you'll end up with a bit of a farm war. No surprise to see the Largo as the first pick. There are still some very value things, such as the Razor. I think could be perfectly reasonable for, yeah. The Razor will be a quick one.
How do you feel about this Razor Viper trade? I'm assuming Viper's probably going to get banned out here by Liga team going forward, but we've been seeing for a while it was if Razor's open, we first pick Razor. Now it seems, or first pick Viper. Now it seems to be moving into we're going to first pick Razor. But across the spectrum, at least from what I've seen of professional games recently, Rojo, this first pick Razor is like at most 40-60. It does not seem to be as dominant as maybe teams are expecting it to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think particularly I like the Razor just into the Largo from kind of the get-go, just because it is quite good against Largo. In that like mid to late game portion of the game, it has just really solid damage to pump into Largo. Obviously has that mixed form of damage, which is really nice, and it's nothing that you can purge. So I do like the Razor a little bit more as a response to the Largo. I think if both Viper and Razor are open, and there's not maybe something to consider like the Largo, maybe a normal hero that you could try and kind of dominate through lanes, then I probably would prefer the Viper, but I like the flexibility of the Razor. Obviously Viper has it as well, which makes it so valuable, but particularly into the Largo when it does have that damage potential. Because we definitely have seen some of these, we've seen, okay, the offlane Largo, we've definitely seen some mixed results. But ultimately, I do think some of those games have been down to maybe inexperience of the Largo. I think the more and more that we're seeing Largo in the offlane particularly, and the more and more that people have practiced it and really, really played it, definitely the stronger it has started to look for me. So I like having kind of an immediate answer to it. I think leaving the Largo unanswered is a pretty good way to get your draft all kind of wonky and get ran over by this offlane Largo if it can manage to hit a decent axe timing.
And that is the question, because Largo is not this hero that, yeah, he's going to be great from like minute 7. Starts to make moves, 13-minute blink, great time. No, Largo's a hero that's not going to skill their ult in a good game until like level 9. You're getting 4-4, like 4-4-1, 3-4-1, something like that before you start to make the ult happen. It's a hero that doesn't really exist before the Ags as a core Largo. As a support, bit of a different story. You're more on the catchy lick. Frog Stomp's nice, but you're getting your ult at 6. You're playing around that. We're going to have this Tusk, though. Paired up likely with the Razor, if this is a safe lane Razor. And it's not Tusk Shadow Fiend, but Tusk Razor is a very difficult idea, regardless of whether this is a Largo offlane, Beastmaster offlane, something else. Very difficult lane for anyone to properly contest.
Yeah, it's a very strong lane, absolutely. You pick up Beastmaster to cure for themselves, though, for Liga, which I'm sure they're quite happy to have. Probably just committing this to being Mirage's Beastmaster, which I certainly don't mind. We've definitely, I think, seen a pretty strong surge of that Beastmaster in the mid lane as compared to offlane, especially if you expect it to be Razor. If it is the Razor flexing the mid, it's a fine matchup. It's one you'll survive up until you need to farm. It just do, you know, they wait for it on Power Rangers. Sometimes into these Largos, players will just immediately respond to that Ancient Apparition, but I kind of do like holding out on it. Just waiting to see if it becomes a slightly better game. Definitely the Ancient Apparition is a lot harder for the mid Beastmaster as well. You can't rely on that healing to come out from the Drums of Slom, which usually is really, really quite nice for doing things like the Roche, staying alive in these team fights. Once you do have that BKB. And a Tiny to pair with it as well. Maybe Tiny not necessarily my favorite option for them to kind of pick up here if it is going to be the mid. But ultimately it does pair well enough with their heroes that I think I can let it slide.
It is a classic AA combination.
Yes, it is,
right? With multiple points in Vortex. I really, when I'm seeing Tinies that look good, I am seeing these teams that pick Tiny plus an amp. You know, is it Ancient Apparition? It's not going to be Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor is not a hero right now. But, you know, is it a Largo? Is it Ancient Apparition? Is it, you know, there are others that not coming to mind. But, like, can we find some way to amp the Tiny damage? Because Tiny does a very fixed amount of damage for a good portion of the game. And often it is like 80% of a hero's HP. So if you can get that one amp, all of a sudden Tiny is solo killing heroes or duo killing heroes instead of just, you know, getting close and being kited away from.
Yeah, and I do like this switch up from Liga team. I do think the Beast is already a pretty good matchup in the Tiny mid, but of course, as mentioned, it's pretty hard to go the drums build into the AA. You have to be very, very cognizant of ever getting caught by any form of ice blast. So it's probably smarter to just go the Zoo version, which is actually quite good against Ancient Apparition, and Tiny doesn't really necessarily mess with too much, especially once you get that Helm Dom into particularly the Overlord. Tiny can't interact very well with. So I actually do like the Beastmaster switch, which kind of leans me into hoping that they do some shenanigans as well onto Power Rangers for picking themselves. Well, I suppose just putting AA in the 4 position. Honestly, I could see certainly maybe being better than allowing that Beastmaster to kind of run wild in the safe lane. Maybe it's okay if you have AA plus Razor and you can get early Vortex plus the Plasma Field. Maybe that's enough. Not sure if that's better or not. Of course, the Jakiro also makes it a little bit difficult. AA is just such a weak laner. This is part of the reason I think that they, again, waited to pick Ancient Apparition. Why we don't always see Ancient Apparition as a response to Largo is it is really just incredibly weak in the lane. I remember we watched some game a couple weeks ago where it seemed like the best Ancient Apparition game basically ever granted. Tons of things to get rid of on the healing, but ultimately I don't think the hero got level 6 until level 14, 15 minutes or something ridiculous in that game. And that just happens. Ember Spirit as well, which is what they're going to be switching on to Mirage, definitely makes that a lot more plausible. Should be a good matchup as well into the Tiny, but particularly for Ancient Apparition, Razor, these kind of heroes, the Emperor is so obnoxious.
Interesting. If you take a look at these last bans, obviously Huskar is scary. You know, and Huskar and Ember Spirit, you got to get rid of it. But the other hero they're looking at is this Underlord. So they're not confident that this is a safe lane Razor, which is fair. You know, Razor could be flexed. This could be the rare offlane Tiny. I don't know if that's something Alberca does. I know it's something that Nigma likes on occasion. But it is interesting. I mean, I think auras are fantastic on Power Rangers. But going back to this Ancient Apparition idea, I really like AA in lanes where there's a stun. Yeah. Right, AA without a stun, it's like, great, I can Cold Feet, I can Vortex, you're just going to run away from me. But if you have that primary stun, you have the Avalanche, not that it's going to be an offlane Tiny, you know, you got the Tusk, you have some offlane stun, Centaur, whatever. Centaur, of course, is banned. That all of a sudden means that Ancient Apparition can be scary because you get Cold Feet off, you drop Vortex down, and you are just actually pumping significant damage into whoever you're going on, even if it is the laning stage. So I like this ban out of Power Rangers, getting rid of another mobile hero. Weaver's going to get removed, which is probably the best remaining carry. You know, you can time lapse off the Ice Blast or the damage that would make you low. You're pretty mobile into this lineup. What remains? What carries are we looking at now, Rojo?
I mean, there is still the Kez. Obviously, we've seen mixed results on the Kez Razor matchup, but interestingly, they just picked up a Brewmaster, so yeah, very likely to be this carry beast. And I don't necessarily hate that either. There is a minute for Power Rangers to think of a response in this kind of offlane here. I mean, ultimately, I do think the Brewmaster is annoying enough that I really don't mind this. Their draft does look pretty well-rounded on Liga team for me. Now the question is for Power Rangers, do they have kind of a trump pick that they think is going to be really strong against Brew or really strong against Beast? They could pick up something honestly like a Klinks is open, but they go for something maybe a little more typical. The Bristle is perfectly reasonable, should be quite good against the Beast in lane, should eventually be okay at killing the Brewlings. Of course, you don't like being lifted, but kind of an issue for later Bristleback. It's fine. I think ultimately Liga's team's kind of core looks really, really strong to me. So I actually do have a small worry here for Power Rangers. I think particularly, again, coming out of those lanes could be a little bit troublesome.
Yeah, well, so till the end is going to be the AA. It's 5 AA, not the 4. In fairness, part of this likely Alberca Bristleback does not have a stun, but honestly, even a couple stacks of Viscous Nasal Goo that can lead Cold Feet to proc. I guess the argument is, you know what? Bristle Tusk, you want this offlane melee 4, you can drag waves, you're gonna be fine. You are, of course, you do have a Boar answer versus this Violent Beastmaster. And honestly, Razor is often a strong enough laner that it doesn't really matter that your 5 is not Jakiro, Chen, you know, one tree, one of these lane dominators. So that's gonna be okay. I am a little worried that this carry beast, and we almost never see carry beast going the Helmdom version of this, right? It is almost always Ags beast, which is does amp the value of this ancient apparition like a decent amount.
Yeah, AA definitely getting some decent value here, and Till the End is, of course, a pretty prominent AA player, so he's gonna be quite happy to have that. Again, though, these lanes I think could be quite troublesome. I believe that it is Respect going into the 5 with the Largo. We're seeing another Slime Meow Jakiro, which I certainly also don't mind. This means that there's not really any kind of ability for the Bristle to level up the Goo, eliminate some of that potential threat that hero can build up. And having that ability for the Jakiro just to trade into a Razor, an AA, could certainly be a pretty good idea. It could definitely see some movements through the gate as well. A quick little pause comes out right at the start of the game. But yeah, this Liga team lineup just looks, it's just very tanky, and particularly it's quite good at running at this Power Rangers lineup. So I kind of do like their odds heading into this first game. Of course, we talked yesterday. They did have a rough bit of a first game against Pipsqueak +4 before they kind of rounded things out. This time around, they need to be, of course, very, very ready for any potential shenanigans. Need to be especially, I think, locked in on these lanes. You do not want to be losing lanes to this tiny mid. If you're Mirage, of course, I don't think you will, but very, very important to keep this tiny a little bit under that net worth curve. And then, of course, AA, Bristle, these heroes can't be letting them get off to any kind of particularly fast start.
You know, I'm a little sad because I think Beastmaster, if you force a Beastmaster into an AA lane, that feels pretty good. You know, AA just kind of really struggles versus the Boars, even if you do have that Razor. And that would have meant that we would have, I'm actually not sure if you can do it on the reworked Brewmaster, but on previous versions of Brewmaster, there were rumblings about just the power of carry Brew, relying on Drunken Brawler, just crazy attack speed, crazy crits, like Echo Saber, something like that. I was kind of hoping. Obviously, it's not going to happen. But, you know, I had dreams of grandeur for just a second. Dangerous fantasies.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be funny for sure. Probably too hard into Razor on this current iteration. But it's it would be a fun little idea. So sometimes some of those Brewmasters used to, even the offlane ones would splash in like an Echo Saber just to create you for 500.
Yeah, late game Brewmaster with 1.5 Drunken Brawler stance procs, and you're just like, what is happening? Why is this Brewmaster? Why is the non-primal split Brew so good?
I think at level 20 he had a 250 attack speed talent.
Something like that,
point.
yeah.
It was like ridiculous, or it was like maybe just 200. Quick wrap around. We have seen some interesting adaptations to the level 1 smoke. Very aggressive, honestly, between these teams. You see Nicky Cool. He is 100% dead.
Yeah, Mirage, though, as well, is going to get taken down. First blood on to Nezsphere. Yes, Nicky Cool died as well, but he died second, which means his death is half as impactful. So
yeah, kind of negligible.
Yeah, there we go. It's like, you know, Nicky Cool, you ping him for dying, but he's fine. He's like, look, guys, we're okay.
I mean,
Don't blame me.
Yeah, I mean, does feel really, really good for Nesfear. Get him off to a good start. Again, we'll certainly need it since he has this AA in lane, since he will be against this Jakiro. Till the end is in the bot lane, but had to TP back. Interestingly enough, on the spot side.
And this
being a little bit auraed out by Slime.
This Brewmaster Jakiro lane is disgusting, by the way.
Yeah.
Generally, we're seeing Brewmasters go like 1-1-3, you know, really max drunken brawler for the farming, for the survivability, for everything else. I would not be surprised to see BPEX put a couple more points in Cinder Brew, because you have this Jakiro who already does a lot of damage. He free ignites your Cinder Brew kind of whenever you want. And Razor is not necessarily the tankiest hero in lane. It's Violent bottom side tag team, really strong with his Bristle. But he's going to get licked out. He's fine. Now there's a very low Beastmaster, only one set of tangos remaining. And even though this is a lot of sticks in this lane, zoning him out is not the easiest thing to deal with.
Yeah, Violent even went for level 1 axes, which is not too insane, but not what we typically see from the Beastmasters. But just thinking that he can't utilize that boar early on.
Oh, respect.
Maybe true, maybe not. Yeah, respect. That's early shards.
Yeah, he's just okay. He's not going to go down. He's actually a relatively tanky hero at level 1, 5 armor, 830 HP. But they're just doing a really nice job of keeping the resources down in this lane. You know, already a bunch of tangos chunked through. I think actually respect probably spot 9 tangos because he's already down to 3, and I know he's been eating a lot of them. So lots of tangos, lots of stick charges, but they're doing good pressure. Is till the end, actually. Did that ignite?
Yeah, I believe it. Oh, no, it did not. I don't think it did ignite. Wait. It did. Either way, he's in a lot of pain.
A little bit awkward there. Yeah, it's this is just not going to be a fun lane. We've seen so many games where Carry Razor is just uncontested by 7 minutes, you know, top CS by 20 CS and just going crazy. I don't think this is going to be one of these games. The amount of pressure that you have, plus the lack of pressure that Till the End provides, just means that this Razor is he's going to be at Earth level. You know, it's a fair it's a fair matchup. It's not this Razor that is insanely giga farmed at 10 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be probably set back to a pretty normal pace. Very nice for BPEX if he can get in a match where Nesfear is going to be. Nesfear, of course, got that first blood, which helps him a lot to sustain in this lane, but dominating this lane as the Razor not something that's particularly viable with that AA in your lane. Mid lane is going just about even so far. Pretty good all things considered for Nikki Cool. And Tiny is, I mean, definitely the best in kind of these early levels against the Ember. But it's very important that you kind of keep your CS up in that early portion.
Alberca wants to, good quills, respect, just taken down. Alberca has to run. Violet has to run. Pops the stick. One more set of quills, but doesn't want to dive the tower. Just a little bit too low for that one. Yeah, this Tusk Bristleback lane it's a problem, man. Yes, we talked bottom side about Jakiro and Brewmaster and the pressure they put out. Somehow they're not putting as much pressure as this Bristleback Tiny, or Bristleback Tusk, which is, I think, kind of surprising to me.
Slime though?
Considering how much damage Cold Feet will not proc Slime Yell. Yeah, okay. BPEX body blocks Nesfear will be fine. But I really expected this lane to be even more painful for Nesfear than it has been. I kind of expected Beastmaster and the Largo to have a better lane than they're having.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by Violence build. I've certainly seen the 2-0-1 build from Beastmasters before, but I've generally just grown to be very fond of having that boar. A lot of utility that it can provide, just helping in individual trades. Gives a lot less stick charges. If you have that kind of 2 points in the boar, you don't feel as pressure to get wild axes. Makes it easier a little bit to CS. You don't have to push the wave, notably, as
finally. Until the end will die, but it's a trade. Yeah, that's kind of fine.
I'll take that. Yeah.
more gold into the coffers of this Razor, which is, you know, again, this Razor's not dominating. He's having an okay lane CS-wise versus the Brewmaster, but, you know, 22 CS versus 30 or 33 or where he could otherwise be is not great. So now, this is a bit of overextension from this Tiny. Nicky Ghoul is going to get teleported on top of. Mirage hits level 6 first. And even with the toss back, you don't have the damage to break Flame Guard. So Ember just shows up, goes on top. But bottom side, BPEX, he's going to get dove on top of here. Immersion shows up, but the missed chances. Only 1 point in Drunken Brawler, but especially with Liquid Courage working with him, the bonus move speed, the bonus status resistance. This is, even at level 4, this is a difficult kill on this Brew.
Yeah, definitely not an easy hero to bring down, but still, I like the idea quite a bit. As
Nicky Ghoul dove once again. Now he's going to get out into the tier 2. That's fine, and unfortunately not going to be able to tree the courier. So Mirage gets out of that. A lot of physical damage, not with the suck. He has enough magic, you would think, especially now as BPEX has arrived. We are just pure brawling in this game as BPEX tries to run. One more hit. He's too fast. All right. Taking stock things, Rojo. Tiny Darts, Plasma Field. Brewmaster has died. Razor didn't die. Jakiro didn't die. But Bristleback did die. All over the place.
And they lost their Wisdom Shrine.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they did. Violent ended up picking up that one. So that is very punishing. I'm not quite sure what happened in this top lane for Alberca to die, but it wasn't the Roar as Nicky Cool. Not quite dying at the moment.
He's in danger. Good ice path, but looking for the charge. Great snowball. There we go. Ember gets taken down. Nesfear now, he's got no mana, very little HP, but BPEX is only level 5. Toss him back. Great damage there on the precast Vortex. So BPEX will get out, but that is 3 dead on Liga.
Really nice move by Nesfear. Not even that high on resources, but it's kind of making a trip across the globe there to get that plasma field out. Very rewarded. Nicky Cool as well, being just about equal there in net worth to Mirage, even after some successful rotations from him. Ultimately, pretty good for Power Rangers. They're still even in net worth at least as well for Bristle and for Beastmaster. On the top side, XP is of course a little bit different. So one thing kind of punished them, but the supports aren't honestly doing too horribly. Till the End has some good stacks. And Nesfear will eventually clear. Maybe Mirage is going to scout one of them right now, which should be quite unfortunate. Nicky was actually showing up. Is that enough damage? It is. That amp.
Power of this Ice Vortex. It's only level 1, by the way. I'm used to seeing like 131 or something, but yeah, it's only level 1 Vortex now. And now it's going up to level 2. But given how much you care about amping up the damage from your Razor and your Tiny, I'm a little surprised at the 2 points in Cold Feet in a lane that he didn't have any stuns.
Yeah, I suppose maybe this is just how Till the End likes to build. Maybe he doesn't feel that 3rd point in the Vortex is something that you can handle mana-wise. So I'll suspend my belief here as Nicky Cool actually does break the Flame Guard in one toss, which is quite nice. Will be quite annoying for Till the End. That Cold Feet will probably never realistically proc as long as Respect is around. Not the best levels either. Forgetting both Wisdom Shrines, Liga team supports are still level 5 both. Immersion has managed to get enough rotations, enough assist. He's 105.
The thing that he's got with this Flame Guard, he really isn't under any threat. I love, by the way, Till the End, he got a Brawny Ash Legion shield. He's still below 850 HP.
Yeah. It's not an easy life, but Till the End has been doing pretty okay with it. We'll very comfortably take this tower in that case.
The Tiny does have his blink now, and I like what they're doing here. It can get a little inefficient if he still hangs around, but they're just baiting out Till the End on the wave, and now, Blink Dagger done level 6, and yeah, good scan. So they're going to know someone's coming. Ember's going to get out of here. And even though Nicky Cool will get a shield rune, they're not going to get the Ember, but they are looking at going bottom. Seems like that is the
patient, but this is a really nice read by Liga team. They're being very, very patient. I think they know absolutely that Nikki Cool has that blink. They're just expecting that timing to come out for them. Smoke only has about 20 or so seconds. Might still be able to catch something if somebody's slightly impatient, if Mirage shows on the exact wrong kind of wave.
Well,
Seems like the smoke will miss for now.
They get 3 bounty runes. That is, what is that? About 600 gold for the 250. Yeah, that's like 750 gold for your team. And now, hey, there we go. Violent's gonna get found out. Ice Blast though, not gonna land. Pulled out.
Note as well that it is a little bit unfortunate. The tiny toss, if straight up, usually.
So be fighting into that one if the courier can show up in time. Is, I mean, we're just seeing, yeah, Nikki Cool until the end. They're just holding hands, but that just means you're not really accomplishing all that much.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle, and this is part of the reason that I did kind of like the base lineup of Liga team here. Is it's pretty easy, I think, to split their heroes and not be too worried about potentially getting caught out. It's very good at shoving waves, good at getting kind of that constant net worth.
Guys, into the Ice Blast though, Mirage just dies.
Well done.
Even with the lick, it's not enough. And now Slime Meow, they're gonna be able to find him. He's running away. Of course, we are strumming Nikki Cool, Avalanche in 2, as you said, but the movement speed actually okay. Catches him on the edge, but not quite able to get himself in toss range. Now Nestor though shows up. Primal Split goes down. Immersion tries to lock him off as much as possible till the end. He's gonna go down to the Primal Split. Immersion falls as well. And this split is a problem. But Alberk is here. He's frontlining. He's been here for a little bit, doing a lot of damage, really putting a lot of damage on these Brewlings as pretty much everything but Earth will fall. Now Violent, he does not have a roar, but here comes this Ember. Showing back up once again. Good toss, good stun, but not enough damage. And now Nikki Cool will fall once again. Alberca 7 seconds until he can Lotus off the junk that's on top of him. But as long as he's got the back turned to Rojo, he is not an easy kill.
Certainly is not.
That is taking this long.
Yeah, I suppose their tower damage is pretty lackluster, to be fair, between these heroes. Particularly set up.
Him down, but he's just out. Not enough damage with Flame Guard active. Yeah, 20-minute timing.
I know where you're heading. Smoking away from the Tormentor, definitely a decision when half the team is looking actively at the Tormentor. Maybe they thought they could find some sort of straggler. It was again, but that did not pay off. Very, very dicey kind of gamble to go for. One thing I would like to note as well is that this game around, there are actually some very good targets as well for this Croak of Genius. Both the Ember and particularly Violent on the Strums of Slom can output some pretty ridiculous damage. Actually getting hit by that extra Croak of Genius, which is currently maxed now by Respect. Once he gets to that level 15 is when that really gets shaped with that extra max health damage. They'll quickly smoke before they hit any of those barriers, but of course Violent, he's got BKB, he's level 18, and he has that blink with the Ag, so he's really strong on Violent. A little bit the initiation here.
Yeah, eyes on this Lotus from the Bristleback as well. If you can Lotus the Roar, this fight is very different. Of course, Bristleback. Alberca's pretty strong too. He's not level 18, but he is 16. He does have SNY Lotus. Smoke will break. Mirage, now they're going to look for the toss on him. Height Path as well, and he gets out of there. Oh, that's the initiation. That's the Ice Blast. Not going to find anything.
God,
now. He's going to get clicked down by 3. Lotus not quite going to be there, but good Walrus Punch. Violent locked in a bit of an awkward situation. And Alberca, he's going to be able to kite out. Yes, we did lose the Tiny. And that is the power of this, this Brewmaster with the Ags. Till the end. Oh. Okay, no, he will die to the Axis. They're going to get him down. Nesphere looking for a re-engage now. Liga pop, where now Violent will pop the BKB, but a great set of chains on top of multiple heroes. Now he's starting to croak. Nesphere taking so much damage here. Yeah. Alberca all on his lonesome. There is a buyback from the Tusk. That Tusk does not want to join this one yet. He does. He joins at the very end, looking for the snowball. Do we have a punch? No, we don't. Pulled right back onto the high ground. That's going to be a dieback from Immersion. A very nice long fight from Liga team right outside the Rush pit.
I mean, this is a very tough situation for Power Rangers. Pretty much ever, if they try to get that initial jump with the AA, don't land for that kill, then, I mean, till the end is just kind of a bot. So much of the value of AA, or the reason why we don't see this hero as often, is it is mostly just that ulti. The damage jam can be nice. Not enough if Nikki Cool gets gone on early. First does not have that survivability, no defensive option, no ability for anti-heal into this extremely farmed Violent Beastmaster.
I mean,
And particularly, of course, the Largo as well.
He is looking at a Shiva's, so there is some anti-heal coming up eventually. It's a decent ways away. I mean, he's still 1,700 gold.
Yeah.
But I continue to be surprised that Nikki Cool, if you look at where he's targeting, is will go on top of Violent.
He actually didn't get hit.
The AA is died, but they will get Violent. That is a massive kill. But you gotta be careful because Mirage with the shield rune showing up on the backside, trying to take down Nikki Cool. He is Lotus. He's gonna be able to purge up the chains. Look at the avalanche toss. Okay, Jakira will fall. And that is a dead Tiny in response. We have no stuns. And Largo's just gonna get on out of here. I continue to be so surprised that these Avatos combos have been targeting this Ember Spirit. Now we're looking for a little bit more. I mean, he should be just out. Yeah, he's going to look to turn on top of this one. This is a very awkward fight. Nesphere's showing up now, and Mirage, now he's got to be a little bit careful. Oh my, he's just going to go get killed. Okay, unexpected there, but the slow from the Viscous Nasal Goo means that his Remnant was just incredibly slow. Of course, Bristleback will get tossed up here as they try to find VPEX. This Earth Remnant, actually, I think he's got Wind Remnant out, so very difficult kill, but they did get 2 pretty big kills over the last little bit, taking down this Ember and the Storm.
Yeah, the Beast, and Violent on Beast just going a little bit too far, that hubris. That kill on until the end. We didn't even pop the BKB there, so just got caught barely by the last second of the Ice Blast. Need to respect Alberca's damage output. This Bristle is hitting for 450 with that max stack of Warpath, and they're trying to take the roast with it. And so far, it looks like they will just end up getting it. That is definitely a really tough switch up of pace here for the side of Liga team. They're in a very dominant position. Violent was perfectly ready to just take this game over with an Aegis in hand. Now it goes over to Nesphere with that Mjolnir, with that BKB, looking towards the Manta next. This will propel him to his next item, propel them to that next timer on that Tormentor coming around, maybe allow them to get some extra towers, maybe take out this bot tier 1 that's still alive in that bot side, maybe take out a couple tier 2s. That feels very nice for Power Rangers to switch up the tempo. Of course, they're still down on net worth. Violent is still extremely high level and close to that refresher. But you do always have that answer in the AA if you can land that kind of Ice Blast. I do agree with you earlier. Not my favorite to always be jumping Mirage like this, especially if he is going to live. Even sometimes it feels like if he does die in that initial burst, this Ice Blast is just so valuable. Kind of want that as a long-term solution for these fights. Would really love to hit Violent with it whenever possible. I do have the Shivas now for Nikki Cool. A little bit of extra health restoration that they can reduce there. Should be very helpful. A little bit of extra twinkiness as well for Nikki Cool, but still no extra mobility option. No BKB, no Yules, no Force Staff or anything to speak of. So if he's in on Nikki Cool. It's the difficult part about his build.
On top of this Brewmaster, do we have the damage for the kill? Ooh. No, man, that was almost got him, but we'll force the Primal Split out. Now that is a pretty significant cooldown they're not going to have access to. But, you know, I'm looking at this Largo Rojo. He's halfway to a more than halfway. He's 400 gold from a Greaves. He got the mech. And into this lineup that has an Ancient Apparition. I feel like I'm very surprised that he is just going all in on this healing Largo route instead of, you know, getting a Lotus or a Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, things that minimize the damage instead of, like, again, heal when there is an Ancient Apparition that just shuts down the healing on everyone. Is now looking for the toss. AI Ice Blast not available, and looking for an Ice Path from Slimeout, and also not going to land. Yes. Ancient Apparition gets his Ice Blast off. He will die here in the Macropyre, but they should be able to go get Slimeout. They're looking for more, though. on top of respect as he continues to try to run, but the damage overwhelming. Both supports will fall. Then Alberca dies to Mirage.
Interesting.
Well,
Alberca
not just Mirage.
Yeah. Violent, of course, is the one who caught him out there. Alberca just not in best position. This is a pretty messy game from both teams, really. I mean, 21 to 27 in that kill count. Feels like both teams have just been giving kills away that are not necessarily worth it for them. Even SlimeYao and Respect, of course, fighting in the spot side. I would say, I mean, again, though, the damage from Croak of Genius still proving to be pretty impressive in this game. Even, I mean, just that, in that instance, he placed onto SlimeYao. The Jakiro can output a very significant amount. SlimeYao as well, by the way. Never really mentioned, but he did end up building a full pipe for himself. Can feel quite nice for him trying to mitigate some of that initial burst. Might actually be the difference maker in keeping VPEX alive as such, with his relatively low HP actually on this Brewmaster. Not the highest strength gain of strength heroes, and does go for this Tranquil Boots kind of has a blink this game and Assault Cuirass.
Oh,
Jumps in
okay.
immediately.
He's going to show up after they take the Tormentor. Ice Blast Shard on till the end, so that's going to be a nice stun if he can find what he needs, but Immersion just dies at the very start of this. And you saw the hands go up, doesn't even get the Ice Blast. There's going to be the Royal as well. BKB TP, the Nightfall, not possible. So that's Aegis down. And everyone else is just going to have to let him go. You don't want to re-engage into this, not with the Primal Split still up. So Nesfiro dies a second time. Yeah, these moves around the Tormentor, Rojo, they have not really been working out for Power Rangers all that well.
They're quite confusing. Yeah, I guess they thought that they could just sneak it. Not really into this Violent Refresher. He ended up getting 2 targets there in the Roar. Able to take out a little bit too much. They just have not been too cohesive for Power Rangers here. Not quite as much as they were yesterday. Liga team definitely in this first game.
Which is
living up
kind
to
of
their
funny because yesterday they were playing with the stand and now they're not looking for the toss in the punch. Ice Blast will land at least on the Jakiro. Did it get the Beastmaster as well? It did, but he's going to TP on out of here. And Respect is a race car. He is so fast as here comes Ember out of the back lines trying to kill off this ancient apparition. But now toss into a stun. Do we have the damage? Yes, we do. Even with the lick, Ember plays a little bit too close to the sun, and Alberca trying to go chase down Respect. Respect no mana, so the catchy lick, not the get out of jail free card. It normally is, and as fast as he is, not quite fast enough. And it goes the other way around.
I'm truly at a loss this game. Some very confusing decisions by both teams. As VPEX even 10 seconds left before that Primal Split is coming out. Probably just enough for him to die. Violent off onto Immersion in the meanwhile. And that's the gem as well. Nesfree does see it. Liga is just throwing this away on basically a whim. Give away 2 kills. Mirage is trying to jump in a little bit further.
You know, Rojo,
SlimeYao on towers.
Technically, the genre that we're playing, right? Dota is a MOBA, multiplayer online battle arena, and they heard battle arena. They said, "Okay, we fight." That's what's happening. We're into the Thunderdome. We're just gonna keep throwing our heads into each other until someone dies.
Yeah,
which you know is a way to play the game. You will win games like that. You will also lose games like that. And I think you're more likely to throw away a game than you are to secure a victory.
But I mean, the nice thing, at least for Liga team, is the Power Rangers have been doing the better end of that as well for the past couple Tormentors and objectives. Violent, interestingly, by the way, did take the no wild axes cooldown, which usually the Beastmasters do not take. It's pretty. It's kind of like a deceptive no cooldown. You do have to wait for the axes to come back to you. Still very, very fast. You can definitely build them up really quick. The Croak of Genius could actually be an interesting long-term fight plan.
Although it's awkward, right? Because Croak of Genius is, when it's cast on Largo, it just lasts the full, 40 seconds? 30 seconds plus, you do have this encore, so you last even longer. 40 seconds right now at level 16. But when you cast it on others, every single time they cast a spell, it reduces the cooldown. So it's really nice on things like you cast Macropyre and it does damage for the entirety of the Macropyre, or it's really nice on these Ags procs of Inner Beast because you're not casting a spell, so it doesn't reduce cooldown. But if you're spamming Wild Axes, yeah, it'll be nice at the start, but you're gonna lose that croak that croak buff pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's still long enough that probably it'll work out for him. Can reapply it as well. But could be something to watch out for, especially if this Largo does eventually go down.
Oh, goodbye.
It will bounce till the end. Very nice pick off, honestly. This is partially why people really like that Primal Roar cooldown. Get a little bit of extra uptime on it, just for those really convenient pickoffs. Should be fine though. Has the refresher, of course. Don't worry about it.
Mirage now chasing Immersion.
Get that vessel off.
Alberca's here, kinda, but so is Violent, and yeah, this is just Immersion. You know what? Nice ice shards, but blinks exist, fire remnants exist. Immersion, as fast as he is, not gonna be able to get out of there. So they get both supports. Nicky Cool finds himself an Invis rune, and they're gonna find this. Okay, well, Frog will die.
I guess so.
It's okay. So when I was growing up, there was trading spaces. That was a thing, right? There was a TV show. You know, you had boys versus girls, you had families, you trade spaces for a little bit. One group would go and live in one home and like remodel a room or remodel a house. This is trading spaces, Liga team versus Runa. Support versus support. They're just, oh, your support can die, my support can die too. Look at this, watch this.
Yeah, I mean, I do definitely see where you're going with that. It's pretty funny how much Liga team and Power Rangers here are just mirroring each other in terms of the pickoffs they get, in terms of kind of the ways that they're throwing away their leads. They're potentially building up. Liga team now only 2K after they had such a great position for most of the game. A little bit sloppy this game around, but of course, again, on these Tormentors, on some of these goes for Nicky Cool, not had the most cohesive sets of goes. A lot of net worth though, actually, across their cores here for Power Rangers. Not quite at that top spot that Violent is. But if they can get a link onto him, if they can just stay on top of Violent, and especially if they can land that Ice Blast, maybe not so scary on the Beastmaster. It's really about the initiation here, of course. This
It's important.
the game, the Lotus as well.
You talk about this net worth. It's important to point out that there is about 6,000 gold unspent on Power Rangers right now as the Ice Blast is going to go in. Alberca tries to run forward. Ice Blast on top of two supports. Stuns there as well. Of course, Ember on the backside starting to cause a lot of chaos, and this Primal split is so problematic to Nicky Cool. He's actually going to be able to pop Bikini, get out of there for now. Alberca's starting to lay into Violent and now looking for the damage.
Oh, no.
Here comes Nesfear's second roar, but Violent should pop your quills. Pop your freaking quills, Bristleback. He's going to be able to get out. Violence out of here. Now Alberca will fall. Buyback on the Ancient Apparition as Mirage continues to make this fight so chaotic. It's a dieback until the end, and now Nesfear, he's on the island. He's all alone. There is nothing he can do. Rampage for Mirage. And there were like 3 heroes, Rojo, that should have died to Bristleback Quills, but he was just not spamming the W button. He went invis. Invincibility is invisibility. Beastmaster popped the Silver Edge, ran away, and object permanence was apparently not a thing for the Bristleback. And he just stopped spamming his quills.
I'm not sure if Porcupines have very good object permanence this time around. Not paying off for them. That was a really disastrous fight. Just so broken up. Could have landed that initial go, but yeah.
You don't even have to spam your W. You can alt W it. You can right click.
Yeah, you can.
It just auto casts in fights. Like, I am at such a lot. This Bristleback is so strong. He was doing so much damage. And I'm just at a loss. Now they're going to go lose the tier 2. This Rax, they're going to pop the fortification device sometime, and that'll get the tiny up. But I am at a loss as to why in the world you would not keep spamming your quills.
Yeah, that being said, it's not really a... I'm at a loss as well for Alberca. But I mean, really,
he's
this
dead
Ember
now.
with the Croak of Genius.
He's getting punished for this one. Bring around the Rosie, maybe. Trying to buy some time. There's going to be the break into the roar. You know, no, he's
Actually,
dead.
not that much damage.
He has to pop the BKB. Here comes Nezsphere. Ice Blast as well. Violent First Life will go down.
He's at
And where there was one, there was two, because this this Beastmaster
God.
is all in his lonesome.
Oh, but there's a tier 2 there, but I mean, even there wasn't a tier 2, but especially with that tier 2, such a crazy place to be
Bro,
on the
what
map.
is this game?
I am. Yeah. This is a little race back and forth.
Okay, so I'm a basketball fan, right? And last night I was watching my undergrad play a basketball game, Arizona State versus Texas Tech.
Sure.
And ASU has not been a good team this year. They're like 500. They've had some good games, but they managed to lose every close game they're in. So I'm like, great, we're up 10, it's 2 minutes left, number 13 team in the country. We're gonna lose this game. But the nice thing last night, because we did end up winning, the nice thing last night was that I think Texas Tech wanted to lose the game even more than ASU did. They kept throwing it away as much as we were trying to, and that's what this game is. I'm not convinced either team want to win this game.
Yeah,
They're making
it. Where you're going with this one, and the Tormentor. Oh god, this one's been a recurring.
Ice Blast, nice job there. Respect's gonna go get taken down. Shivas as well, 2 dead. Mirage clicks the Tormentor. He's gonna give a shard to Violent, pops the BKB, gets out, goes back in, goes out again.
Oh my god,
and they're gonna keep finding him. Now there's no BKB available. Ice Blast is cooled down, but the Ember is dead. 4 dead on the side of Liga team. You had a 20,000 net worth lead. You were going high ground.
Well, you were mentioning, basketball. This game has been up and down the court, I think, more times than your average basketball game even is. There's neither team keeping the ball for any longer than a minute. This Tormentor has been, we were casting a lot of South America games and kind of talking about how difficult some of these teams had a time around the Roshan pit. This time it's the Tormentor. I'm not throwing the game around Roche. Roche has been pretty uncontested, relatively easy for both teams, but this Tormentor has just been a disaster every time it's been taken. I think you should just let it go at this point. Completely forget it exists as an objective. There's a full set of racks. Poor Liga team. Mirage does get a rampage of this game with the Croak of Genius. He's been cooking absolutely in these fights, but sometimes his Remnant usage on these side lanes has just been. I think he's just improperly falling to the right ones, or I guess maybe think he would have got follow top, but I do think with the extra Remnant he had, he could have just lived. Happened as well on the bot side another time around. Now Nezsphere is level 25, by the way. Static Link steals attack speed. Such a good talent for the Razor, and has the refresher with that Lincoln's. I mean, this game, still 5k lead for Liga team, but that lead is basically nothing. Nezsphere is so strong.
Got a Flair's Boda as well. Like, he is...
Yeah.
He chunks.
Cherry on top.
Yeah, it's a vampiric Flair's Boda too. So like he's working into his Satanic, doesn't have it yet, but he still has 16% lifesteal. And that is when you're chunking
as well.
Yeah, spell lifesteal with his Razor, especially with Storm Surge. Now we're gonna go find the Broom Master. Ice Blast into damage. He evaporates. And oh, by the way, if you take a look at buybacks here, not a lot.
No.
It's only now. In fairness, Jakira's 400 gold away. As
by the way, without that buyback, BPEX has an Aeon disc, and it just was not in his inventory because the Midas was during that death without a buyback. So, just really wanted that Midas cooldown. Liga team. I mean, despite getting a rampage on Mirage, I would certainly agree that it does not feel like this game is something they have been cleanly aiming for the win on. So much random going around the map. Very odd macro decisions. Some interesting items and interesting talent choices as well. Everything, I mean, ultimately just, pales in comparison to the macro mistakes that they have been making. smoked up on a couple heroes just to see if they could get maybe a kill or two, but like we now just waiting for that next Roche on to Power Rangers, level 25 across the board for a good amount of the heroes. Alberca is going to take to it. Very nice one for him. That extra Warpath damage more than likely. Could go Spell Life Steal, but certainly in his build, that Warpath damage is so valuable. Extra cooldown on the Avalanche, -8 seconds for Nicky Cool. He's got about 5,000 gold to spend on this Tiny. No longer poor like he used to be at that start of the game. Just about equal with Mirage, who got a Rampage, by the way, that this game in terms of net worth. Can go for something like a Conda if he really wants to finish out, but choose Spice Travels. Be a little more mobile.
So Rojo, at the start of this game, we were talking about the prospect of a Kiri Brewmaster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he is level 25. He has 110 bonus attack speed, 1.5x on Drunken Brawler. That's 200. That's a 20% chance for 270% crits, and 150% of that if he's brewed up. So, you know, gotta be afraid of the Brewmasters. Now we're gonna go on top of him, half damage. Props to Eondis right at the very beginning.
Unfortunate.
Maybe he should have had it in his backpack. You know?
Yeah, I suppose so. Unfortunate that you can no longer disassemble that for him. Look to get and immediately use that burst. Primal Split has a refresher. Although, oh my god, that was an incredibly crazy ice blast there. Reading it from Bpex, he could have gotten that kill.
And he did have vision, so
yeah.
You know, look, the ice blast, either it gets the kill on Bpex, or it scouts out vision, because there's no way he blinks out of that one blind. So you know, they did go. They were able to go check the high ground. They got 286 gold until the end. This ancient apparition is. He's got a metamorphic mandible, which is actually in this game. It's not a ton of physical damage. You know, not necessarily. It's a lot of magic damage, so it's not that bad. Although, December, you're talking about talents. Did take sleight of fist hero image, so he does a little bit more. Is this? We're gonna lick each other together. It's gonna be fine. Alberca takes half damage, but yeah, Roche is up in about 70 seconds. Bit of a long timer. Going high ground right now. I'm not sure that is the. Given the way this game has gone, Rojo, I'm not sure that we should ever attempt to go high ground.
Yeah, I mean, basically no lead, no difference in net worth at 50 minutes here. Just pure talents itemization. Fortunately for Respect this game, he's not gotten much on this Largo. Very, very poor on him. He's only finished that Greaves that we talked about earlier, and even the Greaves, as you mentioned, we were a little bit skeptical of into the AA. It's just no extra items coming out for Respect. Maybe Largo is one of the slightly better heroes to end up with so little net worth on. Not really a necessity, but it does feel really nice when you can get these extra items. And so they're just not ready on Liga team.
A lot of heroes. Ice Blast on top of Violet, not quite going to land. And the Primal Split goes up backside, so there's already a bit of a broken fight for Power Rangers, even as the Jupiter will fall buyback from the Ancient Apparition. And this Brewmaster, this Bristleback just going to town. Violet runs away. Again, the Quills don't land, but this time, at least he was casting them. So the Tusk will fall. Buyback from the Jakiro. But they're just hiding out the Primal Split, waiting for that to go back off cooldown. Maybe thinking about another re-engage. Ice Blast up in 6 seconds. You can get another toss. It's a dead hero, but seems like Liga for now. They're playing all clustered together. Finding that pickoff is not the easiest thing, but Roshan is here. 5v4 though. Not sure it's the best move for Power Rangers.
Yeah, might want to be a little bit more careful. Of course, down a hero right now. We've seen some pretty reckless abandon, though, in this game. So I'm not sure that we'll get carefulness just by any means yet. Of course, neither team can really commit. Have the potential of scouting out here. The Illusion will do it for Nez here, but you do have the AA as well. Should buy enough time. Get till the end back.
I love the Brewmaster. I love that this Brewmaster in Winstance is 400 attack speed.
Yeah. It is.
Attacking better than twice a second.
Apex is, you know, if he ever gets the opportunity to right click, for the time being, not really, but that primal split is pretty scary for especially these supports. Till the end has no real way to deal with it. Go to the bot side,
we're gonna go
Alberca.
find Alberca does pop the Lotus on top of himself.
Good
He's
shield
not
run,
an
that's
easy
weird.
kill. And yeah, backside Mirage. Ice Blast pops the BKB, but he has to be careful. The Shatter still goes through it. So he's going to get out. Ice Blast down, but importantly, Immersion, yeah, pops the BKB.
Jumping
Here comes
forward.
BPEX once again. Can't really stay on top of Alberca, not the Lotus and the Lincolns, and one of his own. So they're just continuing to try to chase down. The kill damage actually kills these, yeah.
got
Two
rid
of
of
the
the shield
Brewlings
rune.
down pretty quickly. BPEX backside does get a toss on the Tiny. But now it's just this
They're gonna
Earth
try to
Remnant
hit.
ready to
Good
go.
save.
Alberca, BPEX pops a refresher. Second
Good
primal
shards.
splits. Violent will be able to get Force Death out for now, but Alberca is just running
Oh
out of
my
the
God.
damage is so significant. Level 26 Bristleback takes down Violent. That's going to be buyback. And the backside, BPEX doing a really nice job keeping everyone back. Ancient Apparition falls. No buyback on him. And now Barrage, second Ice Blast. He will fall. Does have buyback straight back into the fight. They're going to get on top of Nezsphere. Do they have the damage to take him down? BPEX starting to click him. Is it enough damage? No, it's not. TP on out of there. No stuns available. And Largo will die at the end because this Bristleback, despite everything, he will die here. But has been running roughshod over the back lines of Liga team as Liga tries desperately to kill the cores of Power Rangers.
Yeah, it's not easy, but they are committing a lot on these fights just to get a couple kills on Power Rangers. So many BKBs committed. To look on and Alberca actually getting kited kind of decently by these supports, all things considered. Slimy had its little moment, taking up a good amount of that time of Alberca. So they jump immediately. But no Ice
looking
Blast.
for the toss. No Ice Blast available. Certainly not. Refresher. Second set of ults. Second set of skills. From Nezsphere. Oh
Violent
my
didn't
God.
refresh.
Violence is dead. No buyback
might be
on him.
over.
Certainly the Frog's going to try to come back into this fight, licking away BPEX. But without Violent,
not
you're not
refresh.
getting this. Roche is a nice toss back once again. Mirage luckily does have the Ags. Is going to be able to get out of there. And now we take a pause. 113 seconds on the deck for this Beastmaster. Ancient
And that
Apparition.
is
Yeah.
pretty much all their fight. And Mirage is probably dead as well. I mean, he has no remnants here. No reason that they won't continue chasing him. It should just be a kill here onto Mirage. No buyback on either of these cores. And the rest of the three heroes have pretty much no way to fight. I think Liga team, yeah, I think they just lost this one.
Yep.
Nothing new
Oh,
for
nice
Mirage
job.
here.
Nikki Cool comes in from another angle. Mirage pops the refresher, but he's just dead. A little bit slow. That was the freshly delivered refresher, by the way.
Yeah, it's
he
over.
brought it out to him knowing that he did not have buyback. That maybe he could get out of there, but just a second too
God,
short.
Liga team. What a brutal game one to be losing. And I mean, completely their own fault as well. I mean, Power Rangers gave them pretty much every opportunity in that early portion of the game. And they just gave it right back to them. BPEX is going to try, but it's a little bit in vain.
Yeah, you're not killing Alberca. It's not he's got Lotus BKB Lincolns. Your Brewlings aren't going to kill him. This is a dead Jakiro. He doesn't have buyback, and now BPEX just has to run locked in the shards. He's going to fall, but importantly, this game has been over after that last fight, and whatever you do, don't look at the net worth graph, because this is a roller coaster.
It absolutely is. Power Rangers did have some definitely good opportunities, but yeah, Liga after it. Respect ended up, I believe, with really just like Greaves in his inventory. So 53 minutes of Largo with Greaves, Windlace, Magic Wand, a couple awards, and a dream. Essentially, this was just a tough one. And Liga team definitely did not, I feel like, want to go this late in the game, losing that first kind of Roche when they had such a strong Beastmaster. In the very last fight, Violent as well, he got hit by an avalanche and just didn't refresh his abilities. I guess he was really trying to greed that extra BKB maybe or whatnot, but no buybacks available. It pretty much was just the game at that point. Mirage, he kept dying off his remnants. The story here, Bayo, is it was just a complete mess.
Yeah. Well, good news is that this was only game one. So both teams get a chance to go sit down, have their
of 10 papers, and on each one it has a letter of pick Underlord on it. Make sure it goes in a line. Yeah, I would say that's pretty valuable.
Ursa as a responser, which is nice. Ursa Jakiro is a great lane. Centaur is not going to have a great time, which is actually really important. Underlord, yes, Ursa would also have counted the Underlord if that was what was going to happen, but feels like Underlord has a little bit more flexibility in how you play. You can take stacks, you can do those things. Centaur wants to win the lane. Centaur wants to take it over, start to farm the jungle, and get the Helm Dom, take the tower relatively early. And, you know, Ringmaster Centaur into this Jakiro Ursa is not really going to be able to do that all that easily.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. So definitely for the Centaur, especially too. I mean, usually you want to go towards things like that first item pipe, or maybe get a Crimson as well. Then really start to look to fight. Of course, Ursa doesn't really care about auras actually as most of as the other heroes. With the Fury Swipes, of course, doesn't care about losing damage as much. The box is quite annoying for Ursa, but very often you kill before it can come out, or you're jumping the Ringmaster. And I kind of like the concept of Liga's team so far, as in it's very scrappy. I think pretty limited on the cooldowns they need to kind of have to enable these fights for themselves, which, based on what we saw in the previous game, is probably a pretty solid thing to have. They also get to ban out 2 decent carries that are good matchups into Ursa, as well as having access to dispels pretty easily. Quite nice for a Liga team to get rid of that Troll and that Abaddon. Pretty good shout, I think. Of course, you know, if you would have picked Underlord where you would have picked Centaur, you would have also gotten Ursa either way, considering they did not ban that out of the phase. But definitely Ursa posing a big threat to these heroes. Disruptor Ringmaster can kite it pretty annoyingly, but of course they have so much lockdown and control in other places of their draft. Should be not too much of a worry if you can get off to that lane start you're looking for.
So what are we looking at? I'm going down the list of carries that remain. I cannot believe that Viper's lasted this long and not been banned. It's kind of wild, actually. We were looking for a mid laner for Liga team, unless this is some crazy mid Willow, mid Jakiro, which is extremely. Yeah,
Most
that's
likely.
not going to happen.
I suppose that is, but yeah, not likely.
What are we looking at here? Puck is still
Probably.
in the pool.
Probably the Void is what I would go towards. Maybe the Void is tough on Centaur, but yeah, I'd say Void, maybe Invoker is reasonable, or Mirage, but just Beastmaster again. I don't.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, Mirage Beastmaster, he had a great game 1. Or he had a great game yesterday, despite being sniped, despite having a really awful lane matchup. So I don't mind it. I think Beastmaster is good here. It gives you a lockdown versus the Razor. You know, it does pinch the mid pool a little bit. Mid for... Do we think this is mid Razor? Are we picking for a carry, or are we picking for a mid here for Power Rangers?
I mean, probably. I mean, it could actually be interesting on the Razor to go kind of this like Reeves BKB idea this game. I wouldn't hate that. It'd be pretty decent against the Beast in lane. Wouldn't have to worry too much about the pores or whatnot. I don't mind it. I mean, this, because it's Nikki Cool, they could just switch it up to anything. Unfortunately, it's not like the best kind of game to be a coddle for him.
Well,
the Centaur mid is not very good against Beast.
This is just his mid Centaur, man. It's not a good matchup, but it is his mid Centaur.
It could be, but yeah. Prefer if it wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I think they can just kind of go any direction with what they feel. I don't think it's the best carry Razor game, so that's kind of why I'm preempting switching it out of that slot. Maybe though you hate the Ursa so much, the matchup wise. Did pick a Sand King, I guess keep it roughly open, but it will be Nikki Cools. This is a hero that he typically likes. It's fun. I've seen Sand King mid recently kind of have a tiny bit of a resurgence. Funny thing about the Sand King mid, of course, is it's been nerfed, and then people were like, oh, well, it wasn't really that bad of a nerf, so I'll just keep playing it. And then it got changed, and then they were like, oh, actually, maybe this is better than it was. And then kind of got nerfed, and then they're like, oh, well, maybe the nerf wasn't that bad. And people keep kind of falling in and out of style with this hero. Mostly now, I think it's up to whether the player is particularly proficient with it. This game, there is a lot of things to disrupt you, but you are quite good at bursting these heroes truthfully. So I don't mind it. Should be okay mid matchup wise as well. So it's kind of a Nicky Cool classic. Pick a hero that he just feels confident on, and you know it'll go 100 or it'll go 0. Not too much analysis necessary when it's Nicky Cool. You just kind of gotta watch and learn from him.
And vibe. Look, it's ground targeted damage versus the Willow, which is nice. It means the the Shadow Realm's not going to be able to do too much for you. Honestly, until the Ursa gets a BKB, the Sandblast mischance. As long as you get a click on him, and even once the BKB's done, once the BKB's over, Epicenter Stinger is proccing the Sandblast procs. That can be problematic. That can be very difficult for this Ursa to deal with. And you got to worry about sentries in lane, but it does mean you care a little bit less about the boars than other melee heroes, because you do have the option to, if not kill them, at least zone them out of where you are.
Yeah, I certainly don't mind that. In terms of just having a decent matchup into the game, maybe build up some stacks, get that into that early blink, into the early ags. Sand King very much, matchups are certainly not everything for the Sand King. Mostly just about hitting those timings, being very consistent. Sand King, as we've seen it at times, it can look incredible when you hit that early ags, and then if you don't get ags on the Sand King, then the game is really tough. Epicenter is just about worthless without the ags in hand. But we'll be keeping a pretty close eye when he gets those early timings. Bpex breaks an initial smoke here. I will say, definitely Mars can be quite annoying for Sand King. Definitely, probably the most annoying hero, honestly, out of the bunch here for Liga. There's a lot of annoying kind of ground targeted stuff that can disrupt your engages. You don't like being primal roared, but of course you're usually not getting engaged on in that kind of way in an ideal Sand King game. But the Mars being able to push you out of, kind of keep you in the arena or push you away from targets, whatnot, is pretty annoying. So maybe the rest of the team will have to take up a particular kind of way of addressing that. Of course, Power Rangers are up a game here a little bit due to some questionable decisions by Liga in the first game, but of course they had plenty of their own to speak of. Now it's about fixing those.
Nicky Cool missing all of his CS. Definitely a chance to hit a couple more in the mid lane. But the other nice thing, you talk about this Nicky Cool Sand King. I don't know there is a hero that is better countered by a single item, at least a single early to mid game item, than Sand King is by pipe. It is just, it removes almost all of your damage. Yeah, you got nags, but it really does minimize the damage. Just slime me out. Got to be a little bit careful here, but should be able to run. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. There is no pipe builder on League of Team. Yeah, sometimes offlane Beastmasters will, mid lane Beastmaster doesn't tend to, and Mars is really not a pipe builder most of the time.
Yeah, not very easy to slot in for the itemization of a Mars, especially one who is going to be this Mars Willow lane into the Razor. Should not be the strongest lane for the Mars. Most often, we don't see Mars get in too dominant of a position out of the laning phase. Top side, not going too bad for Alberca in these early levels. Of course, Jakiro Ursa will eventually become a huge problem for the Centaur, but for the time being, if you can work towards that helm, you can start to minimize that impact. First 2 levels, Ursa is not as much of a threat. They need the extra Fury Swipe. Same for, of course, Jakiro as well. But those extra damage instances from Dual Breath. So they'll at least be able to chill for a little bit. Mid is, for Nicky Cool, going a little bit interestingly. He has a lot of denies for being a Sand King. 5 denies for Nicky Cool, but he has just, he's been denied, and truthfully, as you mentioned, he just missed a lot of CS. Just kind of barely missing those margins, which means that he's getting his bottle, or buying his bottle at around this 2.5 minute mark. Not the ideal timing, but he'll be fine.
He's getting, I keep watching this, he's getting some really bad RNG on this Sandstorm. as well.
Yeah.
And not only is it he's missing his CS, but I'm watching the amount of creeps that one more ticket Sandstorm probably killed, but instead they just die. And he's like, they're at 5 HP. I don't have a chance to last click these, last hit these. It's really unfortunate. The really good Sand Kings know how to spread the damage around, so they make sure that doesn't happen. But Nicky Cool, he's coming back. He's 10 for 5,
Yeah,
he's 11 for 4, but kind of unfortunate early levels here.
The way the Sand King goes at times. Interesting
actually gotta-
trading.
Yeah, I mean, now that you are at level 4, 1-3-1, the Sandblast means that he can just man up on Mirage, and Mirage is, especially as the Sandstorm starts to get a little bit bigger and do more damage, Mirage is not as happy to play around this, at least when Sandstorm is up. When it's off cooldown or when it's on cooldown, that's when he starts to turn around and cause issues. As Alberca top side, dual breath, blood grenade, and
The damage. Ooh.
yeah, this is not a lot the Centaur can do here. It's just a really rough lane for him.
Yeah, I do like that they were so patient between Respect and Violent. Definitely waiting for their kind of level ups, recognizing that they aren't the strongest, actually, at these kind of early level 1, 2 levels. As Fear till the end. Pretty good damage on the Slime Meow. Ooh, really good spear, actually.
Yeah, God's Rebuked as well. Not enough to kill, but not apparently enough to keep Slime Meow alive either. Thinking about the deny to the neutrals. He's actually manning up here. Will
Oh,
not
Lotus.
die to the Thunderstrike. And
Deny?
the neutral deny. Well done there, Slime Meow. Till the
I
end,
mean,
he's
hell
going to
yeah.
get rebuked in response.
TP
And
away.
Cool looking for the Blink Burrow Strike stun. There they go. They get the Mars. Okay.
Okay, nice move by Nicky Cool. Very important that he gets that. Punishes pretty hard actually onto BPEX for honestly making what I mean making a pretty good play. Landed all of his abilities pretty nicely. Pressured Nedsphere, but fortunately with that TP out, just 1 second before Nicky Cool could get to him. Ends up meaning he has to walk back to lane. But still overall a pretty decent set of circumstances for Liga team. Of course, Violent is doing about as good as the Ursa should in the top side. Maybe a little bit closer to Alberca than you'd prefer, but it will get worse. And with time, good XP for Mirage as Nicky Cool is dragging the wave.
Yeah, but the
if he gets
dragon
punishes
is
here,
showing up here. Sentry gets dropped as Nicky Cool continues to play around, slowed by the boar. He continues to run. I mean,
okay.
this is a long journey that's just going to end in a dead scorpion, I think.
Benny Hill theme.
You're right. How? Okay. Okay. I was like, how did Mirage not see him there? So he's dead.
No. Okay.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah. So far, this game is shaping up to be a little bit silly. So I guess at least we'll be in for an entertaining series, as we have been so far.
Oh no, not again. I wanted to point this out. It is so important that Sand King gets the stacks. This Sentry has been, it's got 52 seconds left. It has lasted its entire duration. It has blocked multiple attempts from Immersion trying to make the stack happen. And they haven't awarded it. He's stacking out of vision, so he's just not seeing the Ancients are not getting stacked.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I mean, the Ancients aren't even spawned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they never spawned. So it's from a minute 0 Sentry. That is quite unfortunate. Sand King is somewhat akin to what that kind of mid-earth shaker used to be. Where you do really, really want the stacks built up for yourself. It doesn't matter too much if they're this ancient in this triangle, but of course those are the most efficient ones to catch for yourself.
Violent shows up. Oh, goodbye, Razor Courier. Violent shows up, gets a glimpse back right to the portal, says, okay, thank you for the trip back to my trip back to my
I give up.
Yeah. Not going to work.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta accept your circumstances in Dota, as in life. Say, all right, I'll go back. You got me. A little bit more of a slightly chill early game so far. We'll get that. Has the helm so far on Alberca. Well, the helm of the Iron Will is actually close to the Dominator pretty well. He's doing good for himself on Alberca. Not too much pressure between rotations onto him yet. Slime Meow is looking to kind of change that, but Nicky Cool. I like this position.
Yeah, there we go. First Epicenter tries to go kill Respect. It, man, Epicenter without an ag just really doesn't do a lot of damage. Aberka will fall to Violent. Yeah, it's just it's not a lot. So he's Dust, not quite enough. Roar, arms go up, don't go down. But BPAC's bottom side locked in the kinetic field. Good spear.
Oh, really?
Now there's going to be the arena. We'll keep him alive. But unfortunately, he's sitting here. He does not have Victory Feast. He's blood sport. So
yeah, interesting. I guess for the box is reasonable.
Yeah, I've been seeing more of this. It used to be that even into save lineups, like even into Shadow Demon, even into Ringmaster, as Mirage has an amp damage route. So he is very happy to go take these stacks now. But we were seeing it was just like always blood sport. Regardless of what happens, Bloodsport is just too good. But I have started to see, or sorry, always Victory Feast. It's just too good. I have started to see more Bloodsport as a response to things. And I guess part of it was Victory Feast did get a couple numbers nerfed. Yes, Limius got to be careful. Till the end is, I think he's just dead here. Yeah, you do have Kinetic Repulsion, Glimpse as well. And you know, there's no arena.
Oh, that's
so
fair.
it can't lock him in place. Good ice path, but the box is there. And now Violent is very low on armor. He has to run here. Pops the Enraged. Sphere holds him back. Nezsphere takes even more damage, but not quite enough. And at the end of the day,
walking.
Lots. Okay. Oh, never mind. Till the end is dead. Okay, finally, there's gonna be a kill in this lane, but lots of kills, lots of spells. Really, only the one kill. Kind of surprising.
Yeah, I really thought they would get Nezsphere there, but I really could box.
They might actually.
It's pretty good damage. They have to land the brambles, which is not an easy task, but they're just going to try and kind of get a dive here. A nice ward place down as Nezsphere. I think that's the proper idea there. Immersion, I think, will pay the price, unfortunately.
He's in having, okay, box. Not going to do all that much for him. In the spear, goodbye, Immersion. He's been having a pretty good game, though, overall. It's not 10 minutes, and actually, all the supports are in a pretty good spot till the end. 5 and a little bit. Immersion level 6. Level 6 on this Willow till the end is not going to hit level 6 all that quickly as he dies. But like in general, the support's decently high level.
Yeah, Respect not the highest, but he did just take the level 5, so it doesn't feel too bad. Again, also getting that level 6 onto Slime Meow. Much more pertinent of a task. Did lose the mid tower though. On that rotation, Mirage, he went to the bot side. Nicky Cool said that he was not interested. So takes over that mid tower for himself. A pretty nice way to open up the map, actually. Especially into this beast kind of Ursa. They will certainly be farming in these parts of the map that you could eventually look into. Fortunately I do think Till the End is probably a little bit more upset about his XP situation than Respect is, by all means. Really like to get that level 6. Be able to look for some kind of aggressive punish. For the time being, it's no blink, no ulti until the end. But kind of just, and they can position maybe to get this top tier 1, but other than that, not much aggression that Power Rangers can realistically muster up.
I guess the good news is that you take a look at the Centaur, not the best lane for himself. He's sitting down with the Mars, but yeah, he's got his helm on. He's taking the tier 1 tower top now, so he's going to be able to take this space over. And at this point, yeah, Jakira Ursa is a pain in the laning stage. But yeah, like at this point, if you want to commit to kill this Centaur, takes a lot. It's a 3 or 4 hero rotation. The tier 1 tower is still up. You can counter rotate it on. Not really all that worth it. So Aberka is going to be able to go. He's going to get a farm up. Is he rushing Blink? He's got 2,200 gold in the bank. Hasn't bought any components of an Aura. Now we're going to go find the Razor. Nezsphere tries to run. Nicky Cool joins the fight as well, and that will be a dead Willow. Yes. Lots of ults committed for him, but they keep Nezsphere alive, and that's pretty nice.
Not the best you can ask for. Not the ideal Blink reveal for Nicky Cool, but again, usually it's looking forward to that next item. Gets a regen even from under Mirage's nose. So Nicky Cool will certainly take that. And yeah, it is quite nice that they've managed to create some decent space on the map for Power Rangers without these kind of strong aggressive timings, or to line Alberca up with and just farming the way that he has. Haven't had too much pressure onto Nicky Cool as well. Unfortunately, it has left Nezsphere a little bit desperate in comparison to the previous game. That's okay. I think Alberca, he didn't commit, by the way, to finishing that Ring of Tarrasque, so maybe he's just weighing his options on the Centaur, seeing where the game was heading. Will go for that pipe. Maybe particularly feeling that Violent is not going to join the game for quite some time. Probably correct in that assessment. About 150 gold from that Battle Fury, and with Ursa certainly looking towards the Blink after that. Usually want the BKB as well after that, where you're really confident. Same for Mirage. He will not be joining the game for quite some time. Physical damage, of course, not the most impressive either with his Axe build. He's coming up
in
on
general, it's
400 gold.
It's just a great pipe game. You know, you'd say there's not a lot of physical damage. Mars is primarily magical. So is the Beastmaster. So is the Jakiro. So is the Darkwell. Well, of course, Jakiro not doing a lot of damage when he's dead. 20 seconds on the deck as the smoke, or as the move will connect and just get the 5. But yeah, like outside of this Ursa, this lineup is what, 80% magic damage, something like that. It is it's a very valuable pipe game.
Yeah. Oh, pretty always nice to have the pipe realistically in these kind of games. Alberca probably making the correct decision. Of course, Mars not going for any kind of similar build, mostly stats into about 50 gold from that Blink. I would like to see them make something happen around this Blink timer. They have Macro Pyre now. They have the Dark Willow. Presumably, these supports were picked with the idea of connecting to the Mars, having that extra damage to throw in Arena. And you do have to, I mean, BPEX this game definitely going to be facilitating a lot of these plays. If the supports can't set them up for themselves, which is definitely difficult, got to try and do it with this Mars, with the Blood Sport. Stop those potential saves from coming out. Do it before the pipe is here. Smokes through the bot side, going into the portal.
Yeah, trying to go take this is an interesting smoke. I thought they were going to go collapse on the tier 1, but they really want to find Violent. He's on the high ground.
Ooh.
They're going to be able to find him. Okay, they're going to go get on top of him. There's going to be the Burrow Strike, but they're just going to turn on top of Nick Cool. Luckily, there's no one to rage, so it just gets glimpsed back into the Static Storm. He's dead, now looking for the epicenter. But this pipe just nullifies all the potential damage. It's a good terrorize into the wall, but again, the pipe minimizing so much of that. Here comes Mirage, though, with his bags. Gets the kill onto the Sand King. And Alberca will be able to get out for now. Immersion into the spear, but it's not going to latch. There's the ice path. Okay.
Kind of clean.
That was very clean till the end. He now has to run, but he's dead. 3 dead just for this Ursa. Now Alberca, do they have more lockdown? Yeah, the Bramble's going to land. Curse Crown is actually not even skilled, but Alberca will die anyways. Triple kill for Mirage. They only lose the Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. I did not think that fight would go as poorly for them on Liga team. I mean, Violent did not press the enrage initially, despite getting hit by that glimpse. So just a mess up on his end. But that 3-man Arena kind of waited out the pipe, interestingly, with the Terrorize. And Mirage coming in kind of had the perfect setup for a Beastmaster. Again, not usually these Beastmasters are super strong around the Ags timing. But that being said, you can be if you're in this kind of net worth position. And particularly in those kind of fights where you're just unaddressed. So Mirage having a pretty dream Beast game so far. We've seen them have pretty good performance on this hero. And Nesphir until the end are set up extremely aggressively. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, so we're going to see till the end. He's dead. Nesphir tries to run. And yeah, okay, with the plasma field, I think he's out. But yeah, unnecessary aggression. And we can also just see
I mean, this is... I mean, look at Nesphir's inventory. It's Power Tread, the Wand, Maelstrom. I am pretty confused as to why they're trying to bring him.
He's going to have a Mithril Hammer soon.
Oh, okay.
And a TP.
Oof, the TP helps. Certainly.
Yeah, you can TP out of mid lane and go back to farming.
Yeah, seriously. Interesting set of macro decisions, and it is going to be very punishing for them. I mean, losing time on the Disruptor. We've seen this hero flop a kind of a number of times in recent drafts, especially if you don't get off to that really strong early start. Really good ward setup here, and BPEX has an incredible position. Good spear as well.
Arena into spear. Box will save him for now, though. So Static Storm is possible, but now there's the Terrorize, so he continues to run. Roar right side. Nicky Cool is dead, even if the Wheel of Wonder will hit. Immersion should fall. They do get the Ursa. Okay. Nesphere does kill Violent, but he's going to lose his life in response. And these trades, Rojo, are just not really worth it, especially because this Beastmaster's still up, and they are right outside of the Roche pit.
Very nice timing for them. Get this a pretty ideal timer. They won't get it straight into the Tormentor, but they'll have it for the Tormentor. They can reset with enough time to get these waves out. Set up eventually for that themselves. No contest will come out from the side of Power Rangers. And yeah, just not finding too much value out of this. I mean, this Disruptor plus Razor and Sand King should be a little bit stronger at this point in the game, 18 minutes or so. Although Nicky Cool, he slowed down a lot when he's been looking for moves till the end. Has died a couple times looking for them. And Nesphere was never off to a great start. Has been joining fights. I would think he'd be kind of reluctant to. They're putting themselves in a pretty unfortunate position. Immersion, though, he does at least, he's been, he has the tech. He did get that box off, even though it wouldn't really make sense for him to be able to with the Bloodsport. Carrying just a sentry in his inventory. There's some nice communication between the team to get that box off in the arena, but ultimately did not matter. 4K lead for Liga team. Pretty comfortable. We've seen them toss away a lead or two in times past, but Mirage is certainly a good candidate to keep that kind of lead. This ward staying alive is a little bit insane. Just completely missing it.
Over half to, and like this is kind of an obvious ward spot. All things considered, it's the high ground ward. It's the first thing. It's one of those ward spots, Rojo, where
that's so obvious.
Yeah, if you're playing like 4K MMR, that gets warded and dewarded about 20 times a game. So I guess now at high level games, it's so obvious we don't think to check.
Yeah, no, certainly. I think that's part of it. But when you take a fight like that, I do think that you need to kind of cover your bases. This ward is so impactful, and actually just keeping right onto.
Oh, there's giving the arena into the spear. Till the end is, I think he spent more time dead than alive this game. Is Mirage doesn't quite have the roar, so without that, I'm not really sure he wants to go on top of Alberca. But that ward finally dewarded. Till the end was able to remove it. It does have to give his life for it in exchange. This game, very awkward. Of course, Ursa, one of these heroes that can go just solo the Tormentor. Bristleback tried to do it last game, and technically he can, but that didn't work out all that well. So now Respect gets the shard. Maybe not the best shard. Certainly Dark Willow loves his Curse Crown Bramble Maze, but even still, 7,000 net worth lead, 20 minutes in. What I will say is that, first of all, Gabe thinks it's 50-50, and we know how correct he's been. But more off, given the way these games have been going, the way this game number 1 went, how long does this lead hold?
I mean, there is the BKB on Nesphere, there is the Ags on Nicky Cool. So these are the timings that they're probably really looking forward to. Pretty much the only timings they'll have for the next kind of couple of minutes. And there's no BKB yet on Mirage, but he's really close. So he should get it before any fight potentially breaks out. But yeah, I guess just a question of if Liga kind of missed positions, missed macros in the way that they did in the previous game. Well, this time around, they have fixed a lot of those kind of inconsistencies. They've doubled it and given it to Power Rangers here. At least that's what it feels like so far. They've not really just, again, they've not really played off their timing or to their strengths as their heroes as much as I think they have in the past. Nicky Cool definitely looking for, I think, really just, I think, feeling pressured to join fights across the board on these cores when weren't really the most comfortable to. Now they're also trying to set up.
Oh, looking for the Impalement Arts. There's the stun. Okay. They will be able to go take this Jakiro down. This level 13 Jakiro, by the way, only one level behind Nicky Cool. Now a
6.4K net worth.
Yeah. Now a smoke into the triangle. Alberca on the low ground. Mirage will break the smoke on top of him. There's the roar, but gets the pipe off in time. This is still a very tanky Centaur.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's gonna be fine. Roar now used to really no avail. And you take a look at these timings. Not only is BKB done on Nesphere, not only do we have the Ags on the Sand King, Alberca, he's not at Shiva's just yet, but does have the Veil.
Yeah, he's close.
Yeah, he's at, first of all, yeah, it's very close to Shiva's, only 750 gold away, but getting that Veil to amp up the Sand King that much more, all of a sudden, this SK, from kind of being anemic damage perspective for the first 20 minutes of this game, at the very least, he should be able to blow these supports up.
Yeah, it's definitely a very nice kind of switch up to the typical Centaur build to go for the Shivas. There's a lot to amp as well for Nez here. I mean, he's gone for the slightly more defensive build with this very early BKB. Those Razors sometimes have to. Amps the damage of both the supports. That's a nice little recognition by Alberca to supplement their damage in some way or shape or form. It can also be very, very annoying in the early game when you get a super extremely early Shivas like this. It's super early Giga, if you will. The reduction in the attack speed is really significant. I mean, it's very hard to actually build up your stacks, you know, with that minus 45 attack speed that comes with the Shivas if you're playing this Beastmaster. You need that call, or you need the boar. You basically every hit after that Primal Roar, especially if you don't have Primal Roar, to stack up the Slum for yourself. But it's definitely an impactful thing in this early game to look for. It can be quite deceptive, like kind of reverse Assault Cuirass.
So there is the smoke timing. Shiva's done. Level 15 on Alberca, level 15 on the Sand King, BKB on Nessphere, Epicenter on the Sand King. If there ever was a timing to take a really good fight, as Aegis is expiring, this is going to go in. We're going to go in on top of the Beastmaster. It's a good spear. Good. Epicenter not pre-channel. Mirage takes half of his HP, drops the Roar Nessphere. Out of this fight, and now Nicky Cool on the high ground, dusted up, boxed up, can get down to the low ground. A lot of spells used. Epicenter still in the hopper as BPEX will hit the spear, but not latch. And now Violence moves in. Nessphere trying to kite away, but he dies. And now Epicenter on the backside. That's going to be a dead Beastmaster. Big kill there, but unfortunately, it's the front side of the fight that truly matters. Alberca's going to fall. 3 dead. Nicky Cool as well. And just not quite chaining it up, right? Sand King moves in, doesn't have his BKB ready to go, wants to get the initiation into the Epi channel, but just gets stunned. If he has Epicenter into the stun there, I think they kill half the team right off the top.
Yeah, almost definitely. Just felt a little bit antsy to go there. Do you think they should have waited for Nicky Cool, though, to get off that Epicenter? So important to have it on the initiation. Eventually did get Mirage off the kind of back end there, but too little too late. They're walking into timing kind of unknowingly on the Liga team where they just hit both their BKBs. Violent just finishes, and VPEX, I think his was delivered maybe 10 seconds before that fight broke out. Unfortunate position. They ended up keeping the gem as well on Respect. They bought this very early, by the way, thinking about handing it back to Mirage. Of course, I've been quite a fan of these early gems. The way the game 1 went, I'd be a little bit more skeptical to send it in the way that they have, but it is very nice to have this kind of early vision control. Don't have to worry about those wards, particularly don't have to worry about Nicky Cool in the fights if he blows up a support who has the sentries or whatnot. Actually, BPEX, ooh, immersion, quick reflexes.
Nice job there, but man, Mirage is just running at him. This is a scary way to be on the map, spot to be on the map right now with the Mars. Really everyone collapsing on these Ancients bottom side. Now, Roshan is up in 40 seconds. They don't know this just yet. They know it's within the window. It's going to be top side. Tormentor right around 5 minutes will be top side as well. It is interesting seeing them all so much focused bottom side of the map as till the end is going to get Arena Spear. Pops the Static Storm, trying to buy some time. Will survive.
Sure.
Okay. You know what? He's got 10 deaths. Dude, he's looking at the Malcolm Ward if they win this. 0, 10, and 3. 26 minutes out of this Disruptor is not great. Now, Epicenter is pre-channeled. They're going to go on top of the Beastmaster. Great Wheel of Wonder as well. This time, okay. They take him down. Going to find Respect as well, just hanging around. That's the gem, I think.
Yeah, he had the gem on Mirage.
Okay.
That one up. I mean, Violent just needs to get away from this part of the map. He has historically not had the best decision making when he's in this little river on the bot side. Quite able to get his BKB off. Nice find by Nicky Cool, but ultimately Violent just, you cannot be playing in this part of the map with the gem. Unfortunately, as well, I think was just caught by this really nice ward from Immersion on the cliff there. Not something you can easily check with the gem, or maybe you think to check.
And now
It's a
Roshan.
pretty big swing.
Yeah, Roche has spawned 10 seconds until the Beastmaster's up. It looks like Liga team flustered thinking about a smoke when their Jakira and their Beastmaster come right back up. Now it's 50 seconds until Sand King really wants to fight again. No epicenter for this one. 15 seconds for Static Storm. So even as getting this kill might have unlocked the Roche, this is not the best Roshing lineup from Power Rangers, all things considered. You have to take a fight and then win, then take Roche. This might give Liga an opportunity. 5,000 net worth lead. They find an amp damage room. I'm a little surprised. Yes, Nicky Cool doesn't want to fight for the next 20 seconds, but I'm a little surprised to see him so far away from where this next big objective is. But he will be able to join the team soon. Went back to base, got himself full on manas. Now there's going to be the smoke. Violent leading the charge. Alberca frontline as well as it's 5-on-5 smoke. Alberca, his smoke breaks. He knows there are a couple heroes here. No one else just yet. They just blow up this Willow. That's going to be the first death. How much more can they find? Roar not going to land. Mirage Blinks 4 now has to run into the Burrow Strike, glimpsing him out of the fight, out of the Wheel of Wonder. That was massive miscommunication. Alberca looks to move in, find himself a swift stomp, but that will force the BKB out of Barrage. That's a big one. Now moving in once again into the arena. What the world was Till the End doing there? He's going to get taken down. Does drop the Static Storm. That might give them a Mars kill, but he's got a BKB. So Till the End falls. That's the Static Storm down. Epicenter is available. But the rest of the other big ultimates, no Wheel of Wonder, no Static Storm, no Stampede. And Roar is still good to go, but it looks like for now, Roshan not quite on the table. It's going south in 20 seconds, Rojo.
Yeah. This is, I mean, just a really nice engagement from Alberca. Very coordinated to go there. Just hit the level 18 on Nicky Cool. Hit that BKB timing as well. Till the end, I mean, he got a kill. So I'm sure he's happy to add that to his scoreboard. Did maybe overcommit slightly, trying to search for that glimpse. That's not shaping up too nicely for Liga team. Ultimately, even though it was a bit of an overcommitment from Till the End, VFX did have to commit the BKB, the arena, missed the spear even on that go. So not all things considered too poorly, and maybe, I mean, maybe Gaben was really onto something with that 50-50. This game feels completely that way. Ursa, unfortunately, nowadays, well, probably fortunately for most players who are not the Ursa players, does not have that extra enrage either coming out from the shard. So you have to be very proactive on this modern Ursa. Make sure that you're always hitting your enrage. You have to use BKB a little earlier than you expected. The kiting potential is really good as well from Power Rangers. Lots of movement speed, of course, the glimpse. Usually back into the fight, sometimes out of the fight, but usually back into the fight. A lot of annoying things for Violent to have to look out for. So even though it's a 5K lead for Liga team, it's 31 minutes as we talked about in the last game. Net worth lead is certainly not everything. Not if you're going to give away any unnecessary kills. They have given away a few more than they certainly would have liked to.
Now, we should point out that this, as much as he is 111-3, Till the End has just been the primary victim and really not having the greatest game. He does have a greedy psychic headband.
Yeah, he does.
He does have a point booster ready to go. He's about 2,000 gold, 2,200 from the Ags. And, Ags this game, there are a lot of BKBs. There are a lot of things that you got to get off for this fight to work well for Liga team. And if he can get there, and especially if he can get to the blink past the BKB, these initiations are not the easiest thing for Liga to deal with.
Certainly not. There's just so much on the ground, and Alberca, he's been doing a really good job kind of utilizing this early gold that he's built up for himself. About similar where Nicky Cool is. Kind of go in and out. Doing a very good job of weaving these in. Interestingly, BPEX, he has decided this game to go for a nullifier. Primarily to deal with immersion. Of course, it feels a little bit awkward to have to go Bloodsport, and then on top of that, finish off a nullifier. Just for the potential of the box. Guess he's saving an item slot from Violent, but it doesn't feel great. Build that on the Mars, I will say.
Especially because the change they made to 7.4, you can't nullifier off the box. You got to nullifier whoever you're going on and hope they're not going to try to box later. Like if the box is off, it's ground targeted. You can't actually click the hero and remove it. So it's not even as valuable of an item as it used to be. As some interesting smokes. Certainly Violent was revealed. Kills a Sentry Ward, which is not even sure that's necessarily worth it to break your smoke there. And now we got a full wraparound. Nesvir breaks his arena into Spear, doesn't land, pops the BKB there on top of the Ursa. He will pop the Enrage, and he's going to turn straight on top of Nicky Cool. With a high ground as well, but he's dead at the end of the day. Now Nicky Cool boxed up, playing around in the Static Storm, still alive. Burrow strikes on out of here, and this is just turning on a dime. Nesvir's still alive, will die at the end, but already two massive kills for the side of Power Rangers. They still have Epicenter if they want to spend it. As I say that, wait a minute here. Mars goes back in, gets another kill.
Right back on Violent.
I don't hate it. Alberca's very low. Nicky Cool is as well. Oh, Violent's not going to get him. But the Centaur, he will die. So Violent buys back, will secure the Roche, but a very scrappy fight from both sides.
Extremely scrappy. But I mean, how after all of that does Nicky Cool still have his Epicenter is what I'm asking myself.
Well, he's holding it for so this fight. He's smoked up, man. I mean, would have really liked the solo play maybe in olden times when the roar was a little bit lower cooldown. Can we talk about Nicky Cool having a Veil going Shivas when his Centaur already has a Shivas?
Yeah, I'm not too fond of that. I honestly don't know if just the Veil stacks with the Shivas. I'd assume it does, but I think you should definitely abandon the full Shivas.
Yeah, you can go. It's such a good Yule's game. Right, with the Ursa, you can go kind of Wind Waker, feels pretty good. You can go Basher and play around with your Ags, which is not a meme, by the way. It does work. It's pretty good. You can go more damage. Like, there are so many good options. You can go Octarine Core and just get more Burrow Strikes. I get that you feel that you need armor. Yeah, Daedalus is great. Going, what's it called? Magic Crit.
Revenant's Brooch.
Revenants is really good.
I mean, God, even at this point in the game, I wouldn't care if you bought a Crimson, to be honest. I mean,
Crimson would be great.
Yeah, it's definitely anything. I think would probably be better than the Shivas. Even a Lincoln's, which is what Nesvir opted for, certainly not unreasonable. But yeah, the Lotus as well would be very nice into this Mirage Beastmaster. Shiva's definitely not the most optimal, so a little bit unfortunate if he does full commit that direction with the Veil he's already bought. Very scrappy fight. No ulti came out from Nicky Cool, and they barely end up losing the fight. Does mean that Violent has to buy back, but does get the Aegis. Another 3 minutes on it. Pretty good game so far for the Ursa. A neck and neck with net worth of Nesvir. After that buyback. Important thing to look towards. Most important thing by far in the game. It's about 1,000 gold for this Ags until the end. 12 deaths and a dream. As you mentioned, that greedy enchantment is doing a lot of load bearing for his net worth. By no means should be this close to Aghanim's. Just a little bit of a fortunate enchantment.
This is one of those games where, you know, until the end, he keeps, and in fairness, he's been soaking up a lot of deaths for his core. So it's not just, he's not just feeding. But this is one of those games where every time you die, you just ping your neutral item. It's like, don't worry, guys. I got 100 GPM.
It's actually good when I'm dead. I'm gaining more money than if other people were dead. Value. Certainly value. Till the end. I mean, he's also just taking some time to hit up some camps here. Smoke out from Liga. I mean, it could technically hit. Nicky Cool's in the area. Nesvir is going to show in this mid lane. Vpex, he's got to be really, really quick on these arena spears. He's missed a couple of them. I think he's going to try.
Into the arena, into the spear. This one will land. There's a roar. There's an ice path. They have a lot of hate for this Razor. And honestly, for good reason.
Yeah.
They will be able to take him down. No buyback, by the way. 80 seconds.
Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with Vpex's net worth levels. I mean, he's 6-1 and 15, so he's had a really good game despite maybe a couple of misses. Overall, has been doing very well. He's close to the sheep stick on top of the scythe, or on top of the nullifier.
Until the end, showing that ward. This is a very nice dire ward bottom side. Is till the end. He's 200 gold away from this Ags.
Oh,
and okay, he's TPing back home.
Away.
Mirage not gonna find him. Okay, we're good.
He has it.
Okay.
Does have it. Hold his dust, so he'll have 1 sentry to work with. Should be enough. With set immersion, not really any invis to speak of anyway. A full bits will finish for Violent. They now have a 10k lead. That's more significant than the previous game. I think their odds were a little bit more favorable. A few less stats that they've given away. Mirage is close to that kind of sacred refresher Shiva's timing that he'll be very happy with. Chipstick finished as well. That does mean BPEX did buy out. This is certainly a game where you can get instantly bursted. I mean, it's quite scary to buy out for an item on BPEX. It's not a refresher or anything either to have an extra BKB. So really have to watch till the end. He is the very key X factor here. The boxes, the epicenters, all these can be very, very important. Even, okay, did finish a BKB on Alberca, so no Ags to watch for. But certainly till the end. He's the VIP. Gotta escort him everywhere. Bodyguard him. Try to get him in a good position just to get off even 1 singular kill onto a hero without buyback. Could be game changing.
And that is the Aegis expired. So 9,000 net worth lead. You have this Ags on the Disruptor. So everyone is very clustered.
Wait,
top side of the map. There's no objective here, by the way. Tormentor's not up for another 5 minutes. Are they just trying to like mind control him into a bad fight?
Not sure. Although I've got some interesting items to bring up here as...
Okay.
Violent is buying a Revenant's Brooch. That is by far the most interesting one, I think.
He bought the Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah, he bought out for Revenant's Brooch. It is a lot of damage on Ursula, mind you, but it's... I mean, it's...
You're not at the armor break points.
Yeah, it is ultimately less damage than Daedalus, so it's... I mean... Seems like maybe it's really desperate to kind of get just extra damage immediately. Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand the rationale behind that one. It's another interesting one I was looking at. It did finish the Shivas on Nikki Cool. We already kind of harped on that one. I believe there was one more that was really kind of catching my eye. Let's see here if I can. Oh, Immersion. He finished an Axe, which is not too crazy on the Ringmaster, but has gone for these Impalement Art talents, or at least the one that penetrates. And against the Nullifier does have 2 boxes, so could potentially be really game-changing, actually. I mean, having the 2 separate escape acts, extra damage as well, is really not something to underestimate from that percentage health damage. It's not something that we always see Ringmasters get to.
Refresher in the backpack for Mirage as well. He's just making sure he's all up full on resources. Now they smoke. Interesting smoke, right? Roshan cannot possibly spawn for 1 minute and 8 seconds. Maybe we can find something before that timing. Again, offlane tier 1 somehow still not down. 41 minutes into this game. It still has 450 HP. Smoke's kind of interesting. They're very split. Alberca leads the charge. His team not quite behind him until the end. And no blink just yet. So making sure this arena. But if they find BPEX into the stun, there's the static storm. Nothing this Mars can do. There's going to be Roar Refresher. Second Roar looking to try to go take Netsphere down, but he's boxed up. He is fine. That's the Nullifier not able to be used because BPEX died. Now Violet's going to fall down. This epicenter is killing everyone. And the BKB TP just not quite fast enough. That is a 5-hero wipe. Runa team, yeah, till the end died once again for his 13th death, but you are fine with that one. What a catch.
Yeah, immediate go onto this Disruptor. Did end up getting the kill, but really, till the end, again, he does not care if he is that initial target, and you do get that link, almost a full duration link, off onto the Ursula, who did go for the Revenant's Brooch. Just a really nicely kited out fight, not getting off any of the spells they wanted to in any of the orders they wanted to. Again, Ursa feeling so pressured to BKB early. He's himself so vulnerable. Alberca untouchable. with all the items he's built up, now finishing mags for himself as well. So Gabe said it was 50-50 on the back of a smoke. Power Rangers are able to very quickly even that one out, put it in their favor. And yeah, I was a little. I mean, the smoke timing was a little interesting from them in terms of that it didn't really line up with anything, but it was a very scary part of the game. Absolutely, there was not very much vision down on the spot side for either team. So just Liga team just kind of hovering like that. No saves really available.
It's
a little bit interesting.
It's a near instant roach spawn as well, so they're going to be able to go get mid lane. Not quite get the tier 3 bottom, but they can just go straight back into this Roche pit. And it's still 23 seconds, 25 seconds for Violent to come up. Because remember, for the last Roche, he bought back in that. So he's got the dieback timer because he just hasn't died since he got the last Aegis. So I guess the one upside, I don't think they're going to try to contest this when Ursa comes back. This is not a lineup that takes Roche all that quickly. I mean, it's a Centaur, it's a Razor that doesn't necessarily want to pop Eye of the Storm at this point, and it's a sand kick. You know, it's just not.
Eye of the Storm doesn't hit Roche anyway.
Oh, does it not?
Yeah,
okay.
I think Razor probably way too good doing Roche if it did. But either way, they have enough time as the team is going to smoke up interestingly as well. No buyback, by the way, still to speak of on BPEX. He needs to get a full kill before he does. No buyback on Violent. These teams just play with no buyback. Liga team especially has been so prone to it. But across the board, there's very few buybacks, only onto the supports. Amplify damage could certainly be a game changer. I'm not sure. I mean, the wave's pushing in mid, so it makes the smoke definitely feel a little bit more like it could be obvious, but it's a pretty strange timer to end up on the smoke. BPEX.
Oh, they're going to find Nesfear at the start. Remember, Centaur does have the Ags. Can we get there in time? Looking for the safe. Picks him up. Puts him in the cart. Double stomp on top of two. There's the static storm. And the epicenter. It's a bunch of dead heroes. Beastmaster falls, as does the Mars. Now, some of the supports will die, but that is a sacrifice that Power Rangers more than willing to make. Until the end died as well. Again, that's his job. Goes in static storms, dies. He's gotten a blink now as well. And importantly, they keep the Aegis. Alberca there with the save. They're not able to go lock this Centaur down. And Nesfear, that was the arena, the spear, the roar. That was all their lockdown, trying to get this raise for the once. And without that, I mean, you're not controlling Nikki Cool. You're not controlling Alberca. No way to prevent this re-engage on the fight.
Yeah, it's been very, very difficult for them to find these kind of goes. I have honestly very good spear arena, but mentioned Alberca, he just has so much net worth to play with. Such a nice build that he has gotten for himself as well. Who gets that save onto also Nesfear, who's 4.2k HP. When he has those tread switch, the Satanic, everything in tow for him makes him so hard to kill. Especially if, I mean, Violent didn't jump on that initial go either. Maybe just not believing or trying to find that extra kill afterwards. Did not pay off in that sense. Also, the Nullifier has been frequently used by this Mars to actually using it to break the Lincolns more frequently than not onto Nesfear, as they don't have very many good ways to do so. So this Lincoln is getting a ton of value, and if you aren't getting off a Nullifier initially, the boxes can come out. Of course, now Alberca, he doesn't really care about the Nullifier either way. Nesfear is just going to hit away at your backs.
Right, TP in from the Mars. Looking for a spear back
no
play.
Buyback
He's
still.
going to find it on top of this
go?
Razor. Looking to make sure the first death goes down, but again, oh, not quite. Barely. Not going to be able to save his first life, but even still, Mars dies in response. Now Violent very heavily kited here.
Nesfear
moving so fast, just forcing Cat back to base. And
has
this is
buyback.
a problem. 98 seconds does have buyback. Buyback from Immersion as well. Now Nesfear, he can just run back. This is two big buybacks. He's actually going to go back for the second set of racks to fully complete it. I don't blame him. I mean, he's got Satanic in 25 seconds. He's got Alberca behind him. And without this Mars, without this arena, they just... I'm not sure they can take a fight.
Yeah, BPEX is very interesting decisions. He's been going very antsy on these engages without the buyback either. This is part of the punish that he's been having buying this Scythe. The Scythe has not paid off for him. It really has not. Hasn't been able to find any significant catches from it and hasn't had buyback available. Ever since he bought out for it. And back in these fights, didn't even use arena in that previous fight. hit by that early static storm. Till the end, he's
Blinken
fishing.
from till the end gets the glimpse into the static storm. This is a Beastmaster that's in a lot of trouble, especially with the Wheel of Wonder. He's just dead. 95 seconds. Does have a buyback, but they are doing such a good job now on Power Rangers, forcing these buybacks out, especially his 1 tier 4 tower already dead. Second one under heavy pressure. Of course, they can't get Megas. There's a tier 2 top side, but Power Rangers, with these staggered death timers, they are very content to just push the tier 4s, start to put a lot of pressure on this Ancient. And there's no fortification. They got to do something right now. Blinken on top of this Willow. He evaporates here. There's going to be the arena into the spear, trying to go blow up this Razor, but the saves are there. Can't take him down just in time. They get a little bit more. Nikiku will fall, but Spear is going to be able to pop this Satanic. He's stealing so much damage. Ursa falls. He's the raid boss. He's killing them all. And there is nothing to do. Once again, Power Rangers make a pretty decent comeback in a very chaotic game. And they're going to take the 2-0 here in this upper bracket finals. I think at one point it was 8,000 net worth lead, just really falling apart, but they're able to make 1 or 2 really good fights around the Roche pit. And Liga team, they can't answer.
I mean, I can certainly say that Alberca deserved that win. He played his heart out on that Centaur. Very good awareness just of the game, very good patience, incredible presence of mind from him. 5-5 and 22 does not seem like the performance that he had, just, you know, reserving or in the score. You know, Nestor did play a very nice Razor, but ultimately Alberca, I mean, he did so much in this game. Immersion as well had some very clutch moments. The fact that you didn't really notice his presence on the Ringmaster is a testament to how well he was playing. Very few deaths. But I mean, it's also, I mean, you know, as well as Power Ranger, as many ups as they had, particularly in that offlane duo, I think especially, Liga team just fumbled. They really did drop the ball in both games. And, you know, we were talking, you know, game 1 yesterday against Pipsqueak +4. They had some very awkward moments. They ended up losing that game before they finished the series out. Both these games were just not very clean from them. In that second game, VPEX was having an incredible Mars performance. And at some point, it just kind of fell apart. Fortunately for him, they just some form of communication between them, some form of macro between them. It's just not quite clicking in that way that it needs to. And Power Rangers were able to fully take advantage of that, push those games back into kind of a comeback for them. But definitely facilitated by Liga teams kind of emphasis.